When and how is union happening? Hi, beautiful soul. Thank you for joining me, Mystic Mia Moksha, here on Mostly in the Moment for another special Love Pick a Card reading. This reading is the last reading of the union series that I've been doing for the last few weeks. It is for divine counterparts, twin flames, ultimate soulmates, true love unions that are happening now and very soon for many of you. The questions we're going to be answering in this reading is, first of all, is union happening with the person you are thinking of? So just a quick trigger warning. Please proceed with caution if you are ready to hear whatever answer may come through. And then we get like a time frame, and then why and how union is happening. And then in the second half of the reading, we look at the current energies happening now in the connection. It has been my greatest pleasure to serve the highly spiritual, divine love collective at this time. This is for all of you that know of the awakening and are spiritual leaders and ahead of the curve and coming into union now. May you have a very blissful, blessed union with a lot of happiness, joy. Let it be easy, let it be prosperous, successful, and just magical for the rest of your days. So with that, I hope you enjoy the reading, and I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful Pile One with the Inner Garden. We're looking at when and how is union happening, and then we're going to go deeper into the energies of the connection. All right, so is union happening? No. Let's get a confirmation. Unlikely. So, trigger warning, I should have started with that. Sometimes when we are thinking of a specific person, we think that union is going to happen with that exact physical representation of the masculine and feminine energy that we visualize, but it could come in a different form, or it's just not meant to happen with this very specific person that you are thinking of. Okay. Let's see if there's a time frame. February in reverse. Take action. I'm getting February. I'm getting like Valentine's Day with the February reference. But I feel like whenever there's like a romantic date for you, anytime you thought of this person the most, so whether it's around your birthday or around like an anniversary, or like around the time that you two met, if you are thinking of this person a lot around a specific date or time frame, Spirit wants you to take some sort of action that is different than what it used to be on that date in previous cycles, in order to kind of change the energy and move it positively for you in terms of a love union. Okay, so why? Why is this unlikely to happen? Why is this not happening? The situation will improve. Soul fragments. Balance will be restored. Okay, so it feels like both of your souls or spirits are kind of broken into other tasks and other things right now. It seems like for you and this person, there's other things that are more important in this lifetime for the two of you to accomplish, or the two of you wish to accomplish at this time. Yeah, this could have been like a lower level soulmate connection, a karmic connection, or it could be just a powerful connection that was just not a very divinely connected connection. It might have been a stronger connection of a different kind. It might have been just for this lifetime, just crossing a path. So if you're wondering if this is your divine counterpart, your twin flame, or your ultimate soulmate or something like that, I'm getting a no. But it does feel like the two of you are kind of on your way to kind of getting to a place where you can have that really, really high frequency type love relationship. It feels like there's a lot of healing that needs to happen right now. A lot of inner growth. So it's kind of like, it says no because that's the most probable outcome. But it says unlikely because everything always depends on you, right? It always depends on you. It always depends on the other person. You both have free will. It's however much you want to grow your soul in this lifetime. It's possible. Nothing is impossible. But it seems like there's a lot of inner healing work to be done, a lot of awareness, a lot of studying, spirituality, and it's not written in the books for everyone. It's not written in your soul contract for everyone to achieve that amount of soul growth in one lifetime. It might be many lifetimes. Let me see what is helping or hurting the situation. Heard. So if you've been kind of yelling at spirit or the universe or your spirit guides or your person's higher self, like, let's come into union, why is this not coming into union, and getting really angry about it, but you're having moments of like feeling at peace, being in the moment, being in the zone, being truly connected, and then moments of like frustration of why can't I be with this person, why isn't things working out, I'm doing the work. It's like, okay, if you're yelling at the higher power for not coming into union, but you're breaking out of this blissful, peaceful energy in order to get angry, it's obviously you're not kind of evened out in your energies yet. So Spirit's like, we hear you, we understand, but this is the process. It's a long process. This is kind of why, like, the term twin flames has taken off, right? People write songs about it now, popular artists. It's not a template that everyone is going to take on in this lifetime. It's grueling. It's incredibly cruel. It's incredibly dark. It's very painful. It's not something you would want to go through unless your soul was like, yes, we're going to do this in this lifetime. We're ready for it. We have thousands of lifetimes where we're ready to do this, So not everyone is meant to kind of have that fantastical, very deep connection, love union in this lifetime. And that's okay. And that's because the grandest love is also the grandest pain. You always come back together after the most unbelievably awful experiences, right? Negative, dark, like soul-crushing, lonely experiences in lifetimes, to be able to have a union like this. So it's not for everyone. Mask, hiding true feelings, pretending, and deluding, gaslighting, personifying, yeah. So there might have been energy with you or this person or both where you're both not being honest with how you feel. And you're pretending to be someone you're not in order for that person to like you or become the person you think that person will like, or becoming the person you think you want to be. Not for nothing, if you're on a spiritual journey, there's a lot of delusions in the beginning, which is totally understandable. I know a lot of people talk about delusions and spiritual psychosis, kind of getting too spiritual. Everything's a sign. Everything has a deeper meaning, which is, in my opinion, and if you're in a situation where you have mental issues or really, really difficult issues, you want to consult with a professional. But in my opinion, if you have very balanced energies and you can take on something in this kind of high level concepts, then a little bit of delusion, a little bit of imagination can help you get through some of the difficult times. It's in our wheelhouse as humans to kind of be able to create stories and imagine things in order to get out of difficult situations. But only if we're in a really difficult, tough situation where it's like we're suffering and there's no way forward. Which is why a lot of people, put twin flames and divine counterparts and highly spiritual people and people who are truly in love and have very, very deep romantic feelings for each other, actually have very deep divine connections to the higher power and to their partner, as like delusional people who are, just too creative, have too much time on their hands, or no sense of reality. That kind of terms are used for people in this field, which I mean, like, it's interesting to see what people outside of this community calls this community. But it's like not everyone is meant to challenge the boundaries of their minds, to challenge the boundaries of what is known and what is unknown, and to push the boundaries of spirituality as much as they can. It can make you go crazy at times. So it's like really, it's only for people who can really handle it, and this kind of level of work is only done in some of your last lifetimes here in the physical reincarnation. So it's not for everyone. Majority of people are not going to be going through this. This is a special time in human history when there's going to be more people going through this than most, but it's a very, very rare energy, and it's not for the faint of heart, for sure. It's why I don't mind religion, because it gives a set of moral rules and standings that it's easy to kind of see and incorporate into your physical life. But religion can't push that boundary into the higher echelons of spirituality that people in the spiritual community, and legit people, not people who do it because it's a trend or pretty or not for self-growth reasons, people who are actually genuinely following their spiritual path, they know and can understand and conceptualize reality in a way that not many people can. So in terms of this connection, it's okay if you need to use their higher self's energy and sign synchronicities from this connection as a crutch in the beginning, depending on your personal well-being. Like you can judge if you think you need help, outside help, or not. But most people on this journey, and everyone that I talk to, the intention is that you have a good head on your shoulders. You can step out of this if it's too much. You can just use it to help you move forward in your love life and your life in general. But anytime it hinders you, or if it's too much, or if it's overwhelming, or if it starts to not make sense, you can step back. And that's what I mean by healthy amount of delusion. Because it's the people who can have the most wildest imagination and push their creativity and intuition that do the really, really big things in life, right? All right, so how is union happening, not happening? Actions speak louder than words. If you want to know what someone is feeling, watch what they are doing. And so I'm getting that there's a lack of action. The fact that they aren't taking any action in this connection, or any actions to make themselves better for this connection, is enough. They don't need to tell you straight up no. They might have already. They might not have to tell you, like, I have boundaries, or give me space, or I don't want this. If they do not take action towards you, communicate towards you, or have indicated by in any means that they are trying to progress in this connection, work things out in their own life specifically for this connection, then this is a sign to let it go. They are using their free will to cut the cord of this connection. You know how when people no longer serve you and you cut the cord with them and you kind of keep the distance, maybe put up boundaries. It doesn't have to be like a straight up cutting of the cord. It could be gaining distance somehow. That is what this person is doing with you. You no longer serve this person for their highest and best good in the way they want to continue their life. So that is like rip off the band-aid kind of moment. I know this is a little bit triggering if you have like this pile, but it's sometimes it's like when you know the truth, you can finally move forward, right? Like just to have an answer, it can allow you to find the right person or make some moves and make some decisions in your life, knowing what's right. You can grieve over this person. You can take the time to unpack it, or take some time to not think about it, grieve it, and then unpack it, and then move forward, and see what you learned and what you can do better next time. Not enough. Frustrated in relationship, lack of confidence, self-sabotage, fear, ego issues, jealousy. There is an energy on both sides, because this is someone that you chose to mirror you, and they probably did, which is why you engaged in this connection in the first place and hung on to it for a long time for that reason. Frustrated in a relationship, or if this is just someone that you came across and you're wondering is there something here. There might be a feeling of not being enough, and if this person is making you feel that way, that is mirroring to you that you need to make yourself feel like you are enough for anyone or anyone that comes through, if they're the right person for you, before you find someone who also feels that way, and you two can move in to harmonious union together. So this person definitely mirrored to you a feeling of not being enough, and which is a sign. This is something a lot of catalysts do. A lot of twin flame catalysts, divine counterpart catalysts, people who kind of get you on the spiritual journey to improve yourself. I always say that sometimes twin flames, like who you thought you might have been your twin flame or soulmate or divine counterpart, whatever you want to call it, might have been just a catalyst in order for you to get to the place of being who you want to be and where you want to be in life, or at least like internally being who you want to be. And so when you do meet your ultimate soulmate or divine counterpart, you're ready. This pile is definitely about your inner garden is blooming, and you're going to let it continue to bloom until you have a beautiful, fantastic aura around you. And then you can attract the mate that has an equally beautiful aura for you to combine energies with. All right, so for the second part of the reading, we're going to look at the energies within this connection to get a better idea of what's actually been going on in this connection right now. Okay, storm. Every hurricane comes to an end, and came in reverse. So I feel like even with the number 44, you're finally at a place. Well, this is the feminine energy. So I want to do feminine energy, the masculine energy. The feminine energy is finally at a place where they're finally got out of a dark night of the soul. And I'm not talking about just got out of the dark night of the soul, but there's been some a long time to kind of settle back into normal life, but improved as this improved version of yourself. So it just feels like you finally, the feminine finally got good footing. So this entire time, the feminine might have been feeling like, oh, I'm doing so good. Why am I not in union? Like I should be so much further along in my love life right now. Like I should have had all this and that. But it's like the amount of stuff you went through, Divine Feminine, was so much that it took this long to not only get out of the dark night of the soul, but then to find your footing after the dark night of the soul. So that's the feminine energy. It's like you're probably at this time, divine feminine's just getting their footing in the physical. The feminine and masculine energy is in both people. So I feel like the masculine is also kind of in a place where it's like just getting a handle in this life, in your role here in the world. Just finally getting to live life. What about the masculine energy? Ask for what you want. Let the universe and the other people know what you need. Here, the masculine energy is has been on their own for so long and kind of preferred it that way because they felt like anytime they connected with other people, they got scolded, or they got yelled at, or they got mad at, or it was never balanced. Like, it was always held like over them, or it wasn't balanced, like how much they gave and how much other people gave them. So they just stuck to themselves. They only helped themselves because that's the only way they could go forward. It feels like everyone just kept, asking for a handful, and the masculine kept helping everyone else except for themselves. And this could be their work situation, it could be their family, their friends, it could be people around them, just strangers. It's just like everyone's been kind of vying for their help. And so the masculine blocked their energies off and stopped reaching out to others for help. Or it feels like for the masculine, even like other people kept asking them for help without them being like, hey, I have a little time on my hand, let me see who needs help. So you see how the masculine energy has cut off that energy because they're like, I don't need to help anyone but myself. Everyone else mirrored that around them by only asking them for help. The way that the masculine can change that is to be willing to help other people, and not just helping people who constantly ask, but willing to help people when they feel like they can help, and also asking other people for help. That's going to help the energy of the masculine change up. And that's also true for the feminine energy. So, the masculine feminine energy is in both people. So this is probably true for both of you, because that's how the two of you kind of linked up. And especially at this time, you two are linking up because I'm doing this reading for the two of you. Okay. And then what is the energy in this connection? What is the energy in this connection right now? Focus. So I feel like the two of you are meant to, especially with the 1-4 here, so 4-4-1-4, 22, you two are meant to focus on what you're building in the present right now, in your physical life. So you two are probably building something, and it's important that you two kind of finish building that. So whether it's your career, or it's your home, or it's your health, or it's your inner circle, your soul family, or your physical home, or some sort of routine in your life. Spirit wants the both of you to kind of just focus on that. It's great. Like you two almost have both your feet on the ground now, and it's like, keep going. Just get there. And then what's the energy of this connection puts outward? Trust, love, and friendship. So I do feel like the two of you are putting out energy of trust, like trusting yourself and trusting other people. That's a huge issue, and it definitely ties both of your energies together. If you go look at like what the divine feminine is coming out of and what the divine masculine needs to work on, it feels like trusting people is at the forefront here. That's why there was no action in this connection, or too much action from one side and not the other. It feels like, interestingly enough, I feel like the two of you can hear each other and like can tell what the other person actually needed. But both of you kind of needed to work on yourselves. And now are kind of putting yourself out there to kind of trust the universe again, trust yourself, and trust a potential partner, trust new people that come into your life, new opportunities that come into your life. Trust that you're in a better place now because of the very, very, very long journey you've been on so far with your healing. Now, I did say that it's unlikely you're going to be in union with this specific person, but I didn't say you weren't going to be in union at all, Okay, so how does Spirit see this connection? The River. So the River talks about how you can only resist the river for so long. Eventually it will pull you towards change. So you may as well get in with style and grace. And it's like a lot of emotion. It's like the current of a river. It's like bursting forward with tears and laughter and song and despair, and all the emotions just kind of flow. So this connection really, really unblocked a lot of deep emotion for you, and any blockages you had to a deep connection within yourself and the divine. So this person did come into your life for a reason. You came into each other's lives for a reason. And the message is, there is a reason so many rituals of change and rebirth take place in the river. It is forgiveness embodied in physical form. Without asking anything in return, the river washes away what is no longer necessary, smoothing over sharp edges and accepting all of our mistakes and grievances. Once we step in, we are no longer in control. The river carries us further down the stream of transformation than we planned to go. Its waters have a special gift for reflecting back to us a new and dreamlike vision. Once the tears have passed, we see ourselves as we haven't before, with a little more lightness, grace, and fluidity. Keep in mind the you that stands within the river is the real you, full of deep emotion and potential. Nothing to hide, nothing to judge. May you drink in the sight of your true self. So this is a beautiful message. I couldn't have put it better myself. Wow. Literally, it's like accepting who you really are. It's like maybe you pushed who you truly are, your true nature, your authentic self down for your entire life, and this person came along and like burst it open. You might have had like glimpses here and there, but this person really course corrected your life and allowed you to transform in a way where you can't go back. And it's kind of like forgiving yourself for not knowing this sooner, and you did the best you could with what you knew back then, to let this person and this connection be what it is and what it gave you, and to forgive them as well. Forgive the old version of yourself when dealing with this person. Otherwise, it's just going to torment you with emotions. It's just going to be overwhelming. And it's kind of like, you probably were in this river for a very long time, and now it's finally coming down to like a place where it's still water. And that's when you're going to have completed this transformation and come into union with your future love partner. And we see your future love energies, your union energies. Woman. Yeah. I feel like this is when you kind of are able to accept who you are and become your own woman or become your own man. And also accept your divinity. This whole meeting of the two of you was the greatest gift that divine could give, which was to connect with your true divine self. And what that opens the door to is something you cannot even imagine. More incredible, more beautiful, more magnificent than you could ever imagine. So, pile one, I hope you enjoyed the reading. If you stuck with the reading for this long and weren't triggered, thank you so much. It was a pleasure to do this high frequency reading for you. I wish you all the best in your union energies, and I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 2. With the flight card, we're looking at when and how is union happening. And then the second part, we're going to look into the energies of the connection now. So, is union happening? Yes. Lovely. Let's get a confirmation. Choose a new direction. All right. I'm getting the energy that you are coming into a divine union, but it's not with the person that you think, or it's not in the way that you think. But I feel like for most of you, it's not with the person you initially thought when you picked this pile. And this is the kind of energy I'm getting if you believe in twin flame energies or ultimate soulmate, divine counterparts, whatever you want to call it. That energy that is within that person is a frequency. They emitted a frequency that was very, very similar to your authentic frequency. And so you gravitated to them very, very strongly, and they you. But what happened is they showed you a glimpse of your true authentic self, and you've probably done a lot of work in order to become that true authentic version of yourself. So you emit that kind of true authentic frequency more steadily, more consistently, and so now you're calling in someone who actually resonates with you even more deeply, more profoundly, more exactly than the person you initially thought was your divine counterpart, or could have been. Wow. Okay, so when is this connection, union happening? It's the wrong time in reverse. So I feel like this is someone where you might have met this person or might have came across this person, but it wasn't the right time just yet. So I feel like this is someone that you've met or almost met, but it was just not the right time yet. Confirmation. In the near future. Okay, so Spirit is keeping it purposely vague a little bit right now because they're telling you like I'm getting this feeling of like they're giving away too much information and they don't want to give away everything. I might clarify that with a little bit more information on timing if I can get it in a little bit. But let's look at why. Why is this union happening? Why is this union happening? Ask for help from others. I feel like you've been connecting with your spirit team a lot, and in the right, for the right reasons, in the right ways. So I feel like your spirit guides, your spirit team, your higher self, source energy are all like, yeah, pile 2 is ready for union. You know, they learn to use their intuition. They learn how to interact with the energies and in a way that's like productive and helpful and positive for themselves and for others and for the world. So they're ready. Pile 2 is ready. They have all the tools, all the spiritual tools, wisdom, knowledge, experiences, and know-how. I'm getting that you might have picked up a lot of ways to deal with issues and problems on your spiritual journey with like any little things, but specifically having to do with people. Yeah. So why? Hidden realms, create conscious awareness. Yeah. Okay, wow. So I feel like you know how when you can tell you mastered something because, the student becomes the teacher, like you learn something so well that you can teach it to someone else. When you can teach it to someone else, that's when you know you've mastered it yourself. So that's something I'm getting from you, is like you've hit your goals in terms of your spiritual goals for this lifetime. What you needed to achieve in terms of your spirituality, and it's so down pat, like your beliefs, your faith, or how you perceive the world, maybe taking into consideration other people's perspectives, how to talk to other people in different perspectives, how to make multiple people from different perspectives work together, how to connect things, how to solve issues, how to problem solve, how to use your creativity and intuition, how to connect to yourself, how you connect to your intuition stronger, better, faster, different ways to connect to your intuition. Like, you've done all these things, you've practiced them, so much so that you can even teach them to other people. You probably even have. I wouldn't be surprised if you're in a spiritual line of work, or if you practice it quite frequently and people come to you for spiritual guidance, advice, or knowledge, or like to talk to you about it. Yeah, wow. You might even like catch yourself talking to someone you haven't seen for a long time and realize how much wisdom and light is wisdom, you've gained since the last time you've met this person. Okay, so let's see what's helping and what might not be helping in this connection. Held, you may feel the ocean's caress. Yeah, I feel like you frequently feel hugged by the universe. Like you're in that energy, and I talk about this in my like how you can tell you're in the 5D energy now, because we're transitioning. And if you're coming into a divine counterpart union, then you have done the spiritual work, the inner work, and you're coming into this energy where you're more often than not feel connected to the divine. You're feeling hugged, you feel surrounded, you feel comforted, you feel like you can communicate with the divine more often than not. That's how you know you're in the 5D. I just got chills because I'm like kind of anyway. But yeah, that's what's helping, because you're connected, you're strongly connected. You're transitioning into the 5D, or in the 5D. Sunglasses in reverse. Watching, looking, perception, stalking. So I feel like because of the reverse, you're going from observing the world to now being in it. So I feel like for a very long time now, Pile 2, you spend a lot of time in your more spiritual energies, your more feminine energies. So you're probably doing a lot of inner work, a lot of healing work, a lot of figuring out who you are, what your role is in this life, your purpose, the perceptions of other people, how other people think, and what other people believe. And you've probably studied that, consciously, or like just here and there you pick up on it. But I feel like if this is your pile, like you've taken a lot of time out to understand these things. You're a natural philosopher. And it's now time to kind of bring your light into the world. You're in the 5D energy now, and you can bring in the light through your 5D energies and ground that into this 5D world that we're creating. So it's like you're no longer watching from the sidelines. Now you can participate. And I know a lot of light workers are feeling this way, where it's like, okay, now it's time to get to work and manifest these things in the physical. And a lot of these things are going to happen while the whole collective goes through this awakening. The folks that haven't been really working on their inner work or spiritual work, it's going to be difficult for them. And you're going to see that in the physical. You're going to see that out on the streets, in the world. It's going to be kind of chaotic, right? And which is juxtaposing that is the light workers, the star seeds, the twin flames, those who hold a really high level of love and light, are going to be receiving a lot of manifestations. It's going to look like they're having a lot of good luck and a lot of abundance coming in. And so this is why, and it's just because there's a lot of love and light energy coming onto the planet where the shift has to happen. Whether you've been on the journey for a long time, which is going to be easier for you, or you haven't, and it's time. And you don't have to feel bad for the rest of the collective because they chose to go through this experience together. They are going to go through it together and they have each other. It's going to be a little bit rough at times, but it's going to be so much better for them to go through it together afterwards, after this short period of time. Whereas for the rest of us, we went through this ourselves, and had to figure things out. For the most part, and by ourselves, and therefore we're kind of ahead of the curve, and that's why we're receiving the manifestations to kind of get going on the next part, which is going to also help the rest of the collective. It's to literally help the rest of the collective transition as well. But light workers get this little period of time of just I heard song and joy, just enjoying all the fruits of your labor. Okay, so how will this union happen? Have faith. The angels are working behind the scenes to make this relationship nourish. It's so funny. There's some angels here, and it feels like you're calling some angels and you're getting some wings. You're developing your wings, kind of metaphorical wings. There's some angels here. Yeah. Well, this is the angel deck, so of course there's angels. Little Cupid. And that feeling of like there's like a lot of energies, benevolent, high frequency energies around you. You can see that sunglasses, you can see with the eye being the compass. You're going to be seeing a whole new romantic life, a whole new love life, a whole new life in general. So what you're letting go of is maybe who you thought you were going to have union with, or what your love life is going to look like. And maybe you know, I'm guessing you're very intuitive and very creative and very connected, so you can imagine and visualize very, very beautiful, magnificent, and like out of this world kind of romantic love life. But even spirit's like, yeah, you can't describe it, you can't even imagine, you couldn't back then in 3D energies what your love life is going to look like. And I can feel like your angels around you just being like so excited to show you what it's going to be like. Twin flames, look at that. Wow. Yin yang, balance, union, duality, coupling, complement each other. Yeah, you can't even imagine what union will look like. I got this like visual. I don't know if I put it in a reading or not, but it was like the most beautiful love life that I could see happening for twin flames. And it was kind of like, first of all, the twin flames come together when this whole change happens in the collective, where we kind of transition into 5D and this kind of transformation starts to take place, an evolution in our consciousness, and the twin flames come together. And I always say, like, yeah, you're either going to be with your counterpart or like one or two soul family members, but most people are going to be with their divine counterparts, the light workers, starseeds, and they're going to kind of hermit together, while they go through some physical body transformation and even get more psychic and abilities turned on and more wisdom and insight come in as they could connect to more light and the Akashic and, all that is and was and will be. And so then that's a lot, right? But it's good to have a partner that can help you and understand what you're going through while you go through this major physical transformation. And it starts a little at a time, so it's not so overwhelming, but you're both discovering this new existence, new literal body template, body format, physical body format together. And then you also might be connecting with few or several other soul family members and living kind of in a similar area, so you can all kind of figure things out together. And then during this time period, I know things happen afterwards too. Your soul family comes together and you start to work on things, and you have 3 groups of people you work on: your soul family member that you work on your soul mission with, your your biofam, the people that you grew up. And some of your biofam could be your soulmate friends or soul fam, but not for everyone. But the people that you grew up with, your friends, family, and neighbors, you're going to be helping them out as well. And then also a group that you're assigned to. So it's you have your soul family is kind of the one that keeps you grounded and keeps your vibes, your frequency high, so that you can kind of help the others, and then it kind of just spreads that way. But you have to kind of take care of yourself first, and that's why there's a little bit of a hermit phase with just you and your partner and a true few, until you can kind of get your footing in this 5D reality. But yeah, in that phase where you're kind of hermiting, I got this energy of just both of you just kind of creating a home. First of all, you're going to be creating a home in a high frequency land, either purchasing a home, living on that land, or creating a home, or expanding the home that you're in now, but making that land more sacred, and making that home fit your daily routine, your daily needs perfectly, because it's going to be very completely different than your 3D life, or for the most part different from your 3D life, and how you run your daily life, and the way that you kind of meet each other and go back past each other, and then also work together, but then give each other space, and then come together to help someone that might cross your path. You're not going to come across too many people that cross your path that need help, but once in a while. At this time, it's going to be difficult to kind of be oh, I need to just work on me, myself, and my partner, and my own home, and your immediate family if you have that, and your pets and animals and your immediate responsibilities. But for the most part, this is why light workers disappear and kind of keep to themselves as they kind of develop very quickly. Physically and spiritually, which mirrors the collective also spiritually awakening, changing, transforming really rapidly. But you two aren't going to be bothered. You're going to be living out your best life, and it's going to be so much fun. But it's going to be really a chill excitement. It's just so zen, and just it's very exciting and very fun, but you're in this content, blissful energies. So you're not freaking out partying, but it's the energy of that so excited, jumping up and down, partying, but in a 5D way, feeling those energies, which is blissed out. Okay. All right, so we're going to go to the second part of this reading, which is, what is the energies in this connection right now? Okay, so we're going to do the divine feminine energies, nostalgia, focus on the here and now. So I feel right now the divine feminine might be doing a little bit of a review work, kind of looking back at things, maybe there's a lot of things popping up in the Divine Feminine's life that reminds her of how life was or how things used to be, because your life, Divine Feminines, have probably already changed or starting to change into like how things should be, how things would have been naturally if no one corrupted the energies of the world and everything just happened naturally and organically, how things would have naturally developed for the benefit of all. Like even in terms of your personal life, little things here and there, you're probably noticing things and how you can change it in your life right now. What about the Divine Masculine? What's going on with the Divine Masculines? Energy, dietary change. Improve your diet and your life will also improve. So you'll be able to see that the Divine Masculine is probably in their masculine energies, even lightening their bodies up, as the Divine Feminine is lightening up their energies and not thinking about the past too much, and thinking about, and instead of focusing on what doesn't belong in your life anymore, focusing more on what does belong in your life. And instead of focusing on how things could be better, like focusing on how you wish this was that way, or that was this way, or this, your life was this way, or something like that. Focusing on the parts of your life that you like and the parts of your life that has been improved or you're planning to improve with a positive mindset. So the Divine Feminine is changing her mindset and focusing on the positives. I'm getting nostalgia for the future. So thinking of like how everything is already improved and changed in this near future. And the masculine is also in their physical energies, also lightening up their bodies. They might be losing weight. They might be eating cleaner, more healthier, more organic, whatever they can afford in terms of eating healthier. They might be getting into herbal remedies and nutritional wisdom that has been passed down in many cultures, through many cultures. They might be even trying out a lot of different things in terms of health with their body. But I'm getting definitely more food focus and workouts and lifestyle change. Having more time to themselves, not overworking themselves, no stress, or less stress, taking the time out to make their own food, or focusing their daily routines on things that matter to them, specifically on things that will improve their health, mental health, emotional health, spiritual health, what they consume. So also they're probably if they're watching TV or playing video games, it's more, it's not like gruesome horror or gory type of content. It's not stupid, it's not juvenile, it's not disgusting, it's not, they might be cutting out even overly pornographic things, and just more clean consumption of things in all ways. And the masculine feminine energies is in both energies, is in both people. So you might be feeling the energies of both these masculine feminine energies within you, and it's probably happening within them as well. All right, so what is the energy in this connection right now? What is the energy in this connection? Change, yeah. And it came out in reverse. So I feel like the two of you have already kind of facilitated this change, and it's happening. You're in this transformation. You're in this future energy, this 5D energy already. And I feel like that's why, like, this energy with the Divine Feminine, where it's like, oh, not really caring what's happening in your physical right now, or focusing on anything that's negative or 3D or not serving you in your physical right now, because you can tell that the 5D energies and the new things replacing these 3D old energies that are no longer serving you is here. It's already transitioning there. And the masculine energy too is like they feel that like something is changing, and it's like time to kind of be in your prime, get healthy, get clean, and let new physical energies come in. Okay, and what is the energy that this connection is putting outward to other people, into the world? Tranquility, harmonious in action. Interesting. There's a lot of change happening, but it's with the two of you not doing too much. Just focus on yourself. Focus on your own health, your own mental state, your own routines. Only connections that serve you positively. If not, like, it's a good time to take a break from people. Only the work that you absolutely need to do, the bare necessities, but everything else is like what you would like to do, your hobbies, you're using your creativity, focusing on yourself, taking care of yourself, catching up with yourself, being on top of yourself spiritually, mentally, physically, and emotionally, and not really caring about anything else at this time. Not feeling like you have to do this or that. Just let it go. Let it go. If it's not like, it's worth exuding too much energy, focus, and stress and time on, let it go. Or just make the simplest decision and just, let it, just save your energy for things that matter, which is at this time your energy. So the energy that you two are exuding outwards is changing yourself, and that's going to in turn cause ripple effects and change the world. But at this time, the two of you, like I mentioned before, need to start this kind of hermit phase, where you kind of focus on yourself, and then you'll be focusing on yourself with other like-souled people, like your divine counterpart, or a soulmate platonic friend, or soul family members, so that's the energy that you're at. Okay. And then also lastly, how does spirit see this connection? The destroyer. Yeah. All right, that's the Kali Ma energy. Also Shiva and Apophis mentioned here. All right, so every act of creation is first of all an act of destruction. I love that. Energy is neither created or destroyed, right? So in order to create something, you need to destroy something else. And so I feel like this is the energy of the Great Awakening. It's like a lot of things need to be transformed into something better, right? And a little bit of controlled chaos, a little bit of chaos here and there is great, because it kind of changes things up, mixes things up in order for you to organize it and order it in a better way. But when there's too much chaos and it's not helping everyone, and it's pretty dark, there's not so much light in it, you need to bring the light back and you need to order it, right? So I feel like this is what's happening. You two are grounding in that 5D light. The destroyer, the final of the 3 archetypes in the trio of existence, has necessary yet painful work to do in the world. Culturally, we have an aversion to endings, and we hang on to permanence as a signifier of success. Yet the destroyer pulls the rug out from underneath relationships, jobs, homes, and forms of security, all forms of security. It's the part of us that wants things to end. Its painful orientation is to uncover our true purpose. The destroyer does not let us linger long in comforts, as it knows not much happens in that realm, in comfort. Not much happens when you're comfortable. With its piercing eyes, it seeks out stagnancy. So many references to eyes. With its piercing eyes, it seeks out stagnancy from a distance, and the rest becomes history. In the old myths, this is the moment when heads begin to roll. Whoa, what a foreshadow. Heads begin to roll, the ground opens up, and the castles crumble. Hold on for the ride, the destroyer has arrived. Oh my goodness, I literally just described that. I wasn't sure if I want to repeat that message that I've had in many other recent Lightworker readings on my other channel. But yeah, that's the thing. The Lightworkers are protected. You're grounding in this 5D energy. You've already gone through the dark night of the soul and transformed your soul and spirit into this 5D energy. And so this is like the final step for you to go fully into the 5D and fully ground in the 5D, help ground in the 5D for the rest of the collective. And so the Lightworkers are kind of be given this kind of safety bubble, and that's why you're going to be kind of in smaller circles, and kind of have a lot of abundance, and kind of told to kind of like, you know, let the collective experience what they need to experience. But yeah, castles crumbling, heads rolling, the ground opening up. I'm getting a reference to Stranger Things. No wonder they keep showing those kind of imagery. That's because that's how a lot of the collective is going to perceive this. But the Lightworkers, the spiritual leaders, the starseeds, the highly spiritual folks, the way showers that have been kind of ahead of this, the spiritual warriors, you light bearers, you know what this is all for, and you're protected in your light and love little bubble. And you're not meant to look outside. Keep focused on yourself. You need to ground that 5D energy in, and you're going to get a lot of 5D abundance for it too. So yeah, new ways. Like, you know, it might seem like everyone else might be like, oh no, my job, my home, my relationships and everything. But for you, it's like all these things are coming into focus, but more clear than you've ever seen it, in a more 5D perspective and more 5D physical way. So pile 2, very exciting. I hope you enjoyed this reading. It's my pleasure to channel these really high frequency messages for the Divine Collective. If you resonated, I really appreciate a like or comment. And with that, I wish you a very blessed union, and much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 3. The Root card. We're looking at when and how union is happening. And in the second part, we're looking at the energies between you and this person right now. All right, so let's see. Is union happening? No. Let's get a confirmation. No. Okay. Looking for a confirmation. We got the confirmation. All right, so let's see when and then why. Okay, next couple of months in reverse. And not the right time. Okay, so I do feel like within the next couple of months, you might get some sort of indication from this person that union is not happening at this time. It feels like things will be wrapping up in the next couple of months. If you're already in a connection with this person, or it's always been kind of strained, it seems like in the next couple of months things will be wrapping up. And with the not the right time here, it feels like there was never really a right time. This was just never going to go that way. And you can see it as it not ending, but completing. This connection is now completing. It's complete. Yeah, because this no in this deck is like the most absolute straight up no. But we'll see what the energy and the connection is. And right now we're going to look at why, though. Why is this union not happening? Helpful people. Okay, so you two came into each other's lives literally to help each other. Literally to course correct each other into the life that you are meant to lead. So it was a good connection. I feel like the two of you it felt really like you had a deep connection, like you were cut from the same cloth. You might have had a lot of the same morals, the same perspective on life, the same beliefs, the same interests. So there was a lot of things connecting the two of you. So it might have felt like, oh, this is someone I can grow roots with and really find long-term happiness with, really grow something. I feel like it wasn't even like happy. It was more like someone you can be yourself with and be around for a very long time. Someone you can build with, someone that has the same ambitions, that has the same goals in life or similar. But I'm not really getting the happiness factor. So I maybe a little bit, but it feels like this was just someone that was like, out of the sea of people out there, this was someone you can connect with. And I feel like there was like this feeling of settling, like, oh, this is someone at least I can be myself with, at least I can grow with, build something with, at least they can get along with my family or with their family, or maybe we're both family oriented, or no, this is someone that's responsible or respectful and won't cross each other's boundaries, will support each other, someone's reliable. It feels like that kind of energy, which is a huge part of working harmonious relationship. But I feel like this person was the person that connects you to those deep-rooted things so that you're ready when this kind of connection comes into your life. Okay, so why is the union not happening? Spiritual evolution, set your heart free. When they say like the one before the one, like I feel like this is that person. It was like the one before the one. It feels like this person helped you kind of finish whatever kind of spiritual evolution, mental, emotional evolution that you needed to complete before opening your heart fully. So I feel like before you met this person, your heart wasn't completely open. But this person opened your heart up a lot, it opened your mind up a lot, and it kind of got you connected to what really deeply matters to you and to your true authentic self. And so now I feel like after this person, both of you are in a much better place to find the people that you are meant to be very happy with. And not just have a working relationship with, but a really, really loving, harmonious, divine connection with. Something with an extra layer of divine, something that makes you feel something deeper than just we work well together, which is totally fine. There's a lot of relationships out there that, it doesn't have to, none of the relationships are cookie cutter. Everyone has their own preferences and what they like and what they don't want. Some people want to marry for money or power or status, and that's what's most important to them. Everything is secondary. That's completely normal. But then there's those love-focused people, but they will value someone who is supportive or someone who can hug their inner child or deal with their shadow aspects or things like that. And that's totally fine. Someone who has the same interests or like understands the industry that you're in, the career path that you're in, or something with the way that you both experience life, your upbringings, there's this understanding there, or desires and goals. So there's a lot of relationships that base their relationship on different things, and how you work together is definitely a big part of a harmonious relationship. But then there are those that are connecting to their most authentic self and their highest spiritual aspects, and those connections are very special, and they need to click. They need to click and connect, and it's a different level. Just like if you want to connect over money, or if you want to connect over future goals, people connect over their spirituality. And so there's those that that need that extra layer of divinity in their connections, need to feel like their souls are connected, you know, not just your mind, body, and spirit, but your souls. Okay. So what's helping in this connection, and what was not helping? What was helping, what was not helping? Believe. So both of you really believe that there is someone out there for you. That you both believed in true love, and you both believe that you deserved true love. Which is why this connection, I feel like, was the one before the one, because it really got you fully there. Fully ready to believe that this love exists. And that this person could be that person for you. It's opening your heart up and believing, hey, maybe this is the person. I'm willing to give it a chance. Because I feel like the two of you might have been blocked off before this connection. And so it's like opening up your heart again, opening up your heart to the potential of true love. And even though it didn't work out here, it feels like you two are now ready. Your hearts are open because of this connection. And what was not really working out? Mirroring. Self-reflection, introspection, inner wounds. Both of you, the thing is, the one before the one is the person that you hash out all the last bit of healing you need to do in terms of relationships. And it is tough. And it's not just relationships, romantic love relationships, it's relationships with family, with friends, with yourself, with the divine, with other people, with your life's work, with your lifestyle, with your past, present, future. It's the relationship with everything, which is why this connection might have been really deep and really felt like, wow, we went through so much. Why shouldn't we move this forward, kind of thing. So, yeah, but with this ending in the next couple of months, I feel like for a lot of you, you've kind of felt this, or has been ending for a long time, or you two have already ended the connection, but it's kind of like you're doing some inner work, or maybe you two are kind of wrapping things up in the next like few weeks, just few months. Yeah. Okay, so how will this union happen? Redirect your thoughts. Focus on what you want to attract in this relationship, not what you fear will happen. So I feel like for this pile, you might be bringing in someone who calls your heart deeper at this time. You may be calling in another high level soul connection. And the focus is being put on what you liked about the connection, this past connection, and what you would like in the next connection. Not focusing on what you didn't like and what you don't want. Just focusing on what you liked from this connection and what you would like additionally in the next connection. Just focusing on what you like and what you want is bringing in this next person. Because if you keep focusing on what you didn't like, on what you would definitely not want in the next connection, you're going to manifest it. So it's focusing on what you liked from this past connection and letting that inspire you and gathering ideas for what you would like addition to that in the next connection. The Grim Reaper, wow. The relationship is over. No second chances. Grow and transform your life. I'm so sorry if for those of you who are like, if this is like triggering and this is something you didn't expect. But I feel like for most of you, you kind of already knew this is something that has been wrapping up or already has wrapped up for you. And it's kind of like this is someone you might have gone back to many, many times over. And it's kind of like, yeah, it's time. It's time to let this go and move forward, whether you believe this to be your twin flame or your soulmate, or this person mirrored you exactly how you needed it to. You know, anyone can mirror you. Oftentimes when I did twin flame readings in the past, it would be like a lot of people would use their twin flame as a person mirroring this energy to them, and you can see that energetically, especially if you're in little to no communication or no physical union. You can see that their energy is mirroring this to you, because ultimately it's the energy within yourself. But a lot of times I saw the energies when I separated the energies from masculine and feminine as energies maybe with your twin flame, maybe with another romantic potential, or interest, or maybe a family member, a friend, a group of people, some people at work, or some people in the neighborhood, or some people that you don't even know, maybe online, that think a certain way. But it's always anyone can mirror, and the thing about the twin flame or the divine counterpart is that that person is your true mirror, where they mirror you the most completely, but no one can mirror you that completely. Even twin flames, the twin flames are just a reflection of you. The best way I could describe this is, this concept really hit me when I lit a candle and it was in a glass jar, and from afar I can see the reflection of the flame on the glass jar, and they were both kind of dancing together in harmonious fashion, right? The actual flame, and then the mirror version of it, and it was just like they were doing the same things but opposite. And it's just like, there is no twin flame. You are the twin flame. You are your own twin flame, right? And anyone can be a reflection of that. Anyone could be that glass jar around you. And so it's very difficult to get back with a twin flame or a very high level soulmate, or really strong connection with someone who mirrored you so much, when you're mirroring difficult aspects of your life, when you're mirroring difficult things that you need to heal, issues that needed to be resolved, beliefs that you needed to refine or review or rework. So it's oftentimes when you meet a really, really strong level soulmate and then use them as a really strong mirror for very difficult healing, it's very hard to continue having a relationship with that person often. And most of the time it's like, okay, that person came in and you became more complete within yourself. Like, you became more complete within themselves, and now the connection is complete. It did what it needed to do, and now you've improved and you're a better person. And now you can go towards someone who, again, has a very strong bond to you, a very strong spiritual, energetic connection to you, but as this new version of yourself. Whereas if you go back to the other person, which you probably did cycles of times, and which is totally fine. Sometimes you need cycles of healing of the same things over and over again in order to fully heal it, because you might not get in the first pass. Maybe it's too big, maybe it's too difficult to resolve this issue or heal this hurt from just one cycle. So you go through many, many cycles until you can heal it a little bit at a time, until you can fully get it and understand it, unpack it, whatever. So oftentimes if you go back to that energy, which you probably did, you're going to realize that you're going to be reliving some of the same cycles. It's hard to break those cycles, and the best thing to do is to kind of move forward, especially when you know that the cycle you broke the cycle and it's complete. You might find that you are totally different people now, because you've done that much healing. Both of you have. Okay, so now let's look at the energy of this connection right now. And maybe I'll look at what's coming in next for you, the union. Okay, so what is the divine feminine energy? Evil queen, you deserve sugar, not salt. So oftentimes when you have a very difficult experience with someone where you've done a lot of healing, you learned a lot of lessons, you had to resolve a lot of issues that the partner brought up, that the connection brought up, they might see you as like an evil person. They might see you as a bad person, right? And vice versa. You might see them as an evil person or a bad person. And it's like, yeah, I can't be with this person. They're completely evil. They're horrible to me. But, that's how karma connections are. They give you the lessons that you are asking for, you're calling for, and it really depends on you and what you want. If you want someone who has a lot of money, you might go through a lot of financial struggles with a karmic person. And not to say karmics aren't soulmates, like, there was a strong soul connection, but you two kind of released and healed a lot of karma together, or just a lot of, I don't want to call it karmic, maybe just, yeah, deeply soul level connection where you two kind of helped each other. You could call it karmic, you could call it angelic, just something where you help each other move through energies a lot, but you end up resenting that person or not liking that period of your life, But yeah, if you wanted money, you might have a lot of money problem with that person. If you wanted to move ahead in your career, you might find that you are just continuously supporting your partner in their career and they're not giving you any support back. Or if you wanted to be more family oriented, you might see that they only cling to their family and not so much yours, or they or both of your mutual family, or they create a family in their friend circle and disinclude you despite and you don't have, you're lacking that energy around you. So it's like kind of like they kind of hold up a huge mirror in front of you and like, what did you want? Well, this is where you think you are in that, looks, if you want someone who looks really handsome or beautiful, pretty, and you found someone, but they're constantly making you feel unworthy or not look so great or something like that, and they're fit and you just kind of gain weight, like that's the kind of situation that you would go through with this person, and it would be more than one thing. So it's very, very difficult. Whatever you went through with this person, it was a lot. It was not just one thing. It was a lot. It was almost everything. Especially if you're coming into union, harmonious love union, true love union. This last relationship probably hit on everything, almost everything. Okay, so what about the masculine energy? Admit your true feelings to yourself. Be honest with yourself. Only you know what it is that you truly desire. The masculine energy may have been confused on who they are, what they actually want in a relationship. They don't really know what they're looking for. Again, this masculine feminine energy can be found between, wow, what is wrong with my stuttering? This masculine and feminine energy can be found within you and your person. So you might be both experiencing a little bit of these energies, both of these energies, or a little bit more of one than the other. But I do feel like the masculine energy is, they didn't know what they wanted. And so they just kind of went along with what they thought they wanted, what other people wanted for them, what their feminine wanted for them, or this was like kind of like the best situation that they ever had, so they just kept going with it. But they never really took the time to figure out what they actually wanted, or if they did, it was kind of like lying to themselves. They were ignoring what they actually wanted in their feminine, in the relationship, and how they actually felt about the feminine. They might have said, I love you, but they didn't really mean it, and they didn't really understand what love meant or meant for them. They might have seen other people tell them what love is. They might have heard it on videos or some content, but they never really figured it out for themselves. And so the masculine here is figuring out their emotions. And I feel like the feminine really did bring that out in the masculine in this last go around, just really feelings about everything, about themselves, about who they are, what the kind of work, their life purpose, about the partnership, about the role in the relationship moving forward, their partnership goals, what they feel about family, how much they want to interact with other things outside of the relationship, how much time and energy they want in their relationship, and how much time and space they need for themselves and with other people. What kind of support that they need, what their love language is, and how do they feel about having children or interacting with your family or friends, or common interests, how you like to spend time with your partner, dates, and all that stuff, all the things. And even just feelings about themselves and how they relate to life and their career and everything too. Okay, so this was very enlightening. I feel like both of you had a strong connection because I felt like the two of you were almost there. And so there's an immediate bond, but it definitely feels like the two of you were kind of wrapping up loose ends, tying neat, beautiful bows on whatever needed to be done to come into this kind of union now. Okay, so what is the energy in the connection right now? What is the energy in the connection? Gratitude. I feel like the two of you, it feels like you two can be friends. Like, I feel like there's just kind of this feeling of like, I know what you did for me, and I thank you deeply and genuinely, So I definitely feel like there is mutual respect for both people here. And this evil queen, I'm getting this kind of energy of like, they feel like the masculine feels like the feminine deserves the best, but they can see how they might have came off as like the worst person to each other because of what you two needed to accomplish in this connection. So there's a real deep gratitude for each other, and you might see in the next like few weeks or few months that kind of gratitude from each other, because I do feel like there's a slight like appreciation, a show of gratitude with each other at least once in the physical, so some sort of communication message or something. Okay, and what is the energy of this connection that is put outward? What kind of energy does this connection put outwardly? Returning, going with the flow. I feel like the two of you are returning back to your full power, whether you have been in that kind of energy before in your life, or this is the first time you're fully coming into your power and it feels great. Either way, if you felt this energy before in your life, like super confident, feel like you know what you're doing with your life, but haven't felt it for a while, it's because you're connecting to even higher purpose and even stronger, better, authentic version of yourself now. So you're coming back from this like better than ever, better than before. So both of you can definitely admit, like without hesitation, that this connection has made you who you are today, much stronger, much better. And we're returning back to the dating scene, or returning back to your life as a better version of yourself, returning back to reality, returning back to life as this new version of yourself, ready for what may come next, and who knows what that is. Okay, I want to pull a quick card for your union, because we saw that it's not happening with this person. But let's see. Snake, intelligence. Okay, so I feel like your union, pile 3, and I love that's like a number 7 here, which is also a number of intelligence, wisdom, and light. And snake is intelligence, being cunning. I feel like it's someone whose intelligence rivals yours. You're very, very wise, and no matter where this person is in their spiritual journey, because I feel like for some of you, you might have been with someone who may not have been as spiritually inclined as you, or they had a different perspective on spirituality or in their beliefs or in their perspective of reality than you. Maybe just as advanced, maybe they don't take as much time to study that, or they just see it completely differently. But, it's just, and that's why you two connected. It's because, like, you two had this perspective that a lot of people can't connect on. Wherever they are, I feel like the two of you were kind of different or kind of off in how you connected spiritually and in your spiritual beliefs, just a little bit, or just enough where it just didn't click perfectly. Like I said, that divine unions, spiritual divine unions need, right? So I feel like this person, this union you come into, they have an intelligence that rivals yours. They have a light that rivals yours, because it's like this person, you'll know, like, I was like, all right, this person I can get deep with, talk to about very, very detailed esoteric topics, and it'll work. Or very deep passions and interests, topics of passions and interests that you both have, that like a lot of people in the world couldn't see, goals, visions that other people couldn't understand, as well. The two of you can click on and talk about for a long time, and a variety of topics too. This person at first may come off as someone who, it might feel like, because I feel like pile 3, like it's hard to find someone's energy who can rival yours, just because of, it's pure energy. Whoa. Feel the heart chakra like hurting. So I feel like this person you might meet this person as someone who might come off as like a kind of a rival, or someone who it might seem like someone who's giving you a kind of a hard time, or someone who's always one-upping you, or someone who has suspicions about you and they're not sure about you, like, I don't know who this person is. They think they know everything, or they like this person is someone I need to look out for. There's someone I need to be worried about. Like, are they going to steal my job? Like, that's the kind of vibe. It's not strong. It's not like, oh, this is my, evil twin kind of energy. It's very much like, who is this person? Like, it definitely raises the eyebrow. And it's because they haven't met anyone that's like their match before. So at first, very, very tiny bit of ego kind of juts out, and I wouldn't be surprised if yours does too. But it really feels like they have a very similar perspective on life as you, and they can talk in depth about a lot of interests and passions that you have. And it's kind of like this energy of like just looking each other up and down. It's like, who's that person? Like, what are they about? Like, why did they come into my life? Like, what is this person about? Or on the contrary, they could just be someone who kind of wants you on their team. I'm getting both energies. Like they're kind of sussing you out, but at the same time, they're like, but I want them on my team. But I want to be their friend. I want to talk to them more. They're not ignoring you, but they're kind of like checking you out. They're like giving you an interrogation, or they're asking you 21 questions, or they're trying to figure out who you are. Maybe they're trying to figure out through other people or through social media. They're doing their research, but they're also not like avoiding you. They're going to ask you directly. They're going to try to get to know you. They're definitely going to have you on their team. And they want it that way because you're very valuable, and they see it right away. They see that you're valuable. They just want to make sure they're not gunning for their job. But they're also just kind of interested. They're just naturally curious like you. And they're also kind of a little bit, have their tiny bit of ego coming out, and yours too, is because this person is really seductive to you, and they're really seduced by you too. You both are coming off really charming to each other, and so it's like, it's kind of, your guard is up, and so is theirs, but it's just kind of, it's not overwhelming, and it's not so like panicky feeling or alarms going off. It's just more kind of like, I'm gonna keep my eye on this person. I want to talk to them more. But I definitely want them on my team. We're definitely gonna succeed if they're on my team. But at the same time, I'm a little bit curious. Like, who is this person? What is this mystery? I want to solve this mystery. All right. Lastly, pile 3. How does Spirit see this connection? This connection is leaving, I guess. The seed. Wow. So with the seed energy here, it's kind of the image of the pearl, because it's kind of like irritating, right? But over time, the pearl is what becomes the treasure, right? The thing that's like irritating. And it's kind of this meaning of like this thing that caused a lot of friction, ends up being something that produces the quality of love relationship that you never could have imagined having or wanted, but it took this to get there. The seed is also about, like, if you have a story and you look toward the origin of the story, and you keep going further and further back, you can always like see the seed can keep going further and further back. Well, we got together because of this, but you know what? That was really because of this upbringing. But you know what? That was really because of where they settled, or what the signs of the times, and because this was going on in the world. Like, you can keep going further and further and further back. And so it's kind of like the seed. We are always a seed, and we are always the fruit it bears. It's kind of like we're always kind of ever evolving, building, growing. And as we keep growing and revolving, as this like bigger and bigger and bigger energy, we realize that we connect to a bigger and bigger and bigger source, Wow. And so it says here, beginnings come in many forms. They are not always a beautiful seed placed intentionally in nourishing soil. Origin stories, like any birth story, are complex, surprising, multi-layered, and usually reveal a central image or detail that represents the fully formed being. Simply stated, the end is present in the beginning, or the entire oak tree resides within the acorn. Whether you follow this imagery theory or not, imaginal theory or not, know that when this card appears, there is a potent generative energy all around. It stirs your very insides and usually results in an antsy, impatient feeling. Pay particular attention to what ignites you, or what agitates you, as it is a sure sign of growth to come. You are bumping up against a growth edge. It is from the grit that the pearl eventually comes to be. So I'm getting that, like, you're in a really fertile state right now to kind of build the kind of relationship you do want in the future. And so if you kind of keep going back to this connection, or you keep wallowing in the separation or end of this past connection, you're just going to let it fester and stew, and you're just going to stay stagnant. Whereas you can use this time as an opportunity to kind of build something bigger and better, and grow something that is more beautiful and more divine. And so I feel like this is a real big beginning for you, Pile 3, where I feel like the next connection you're going to have is going to be far superior to any relationship you've had in the past. And it's because I feel like up until now, a lot of the relationships you've had with your romantic love partners, exes, even just crushes or interests, or even with friends and families or loved ones, has been a real learning and growing experience. And now it feels like the connections you're going to have now, or foster more now, are going to be completely different. It seems like I got fair man. So I feel like it's going to be kind of like a fair playing field where things are going to be balanced. So you're going to come into connections and things are going to be balanced. They're going to be balanced within their energies. So are you. So are opportunities in work, and so are opportunities with new friends, or if you're going to rebuild relationships with old friends and family members. It feels like things are going to be more on an even keel going into new opportunities, new things. This is like where the energy kind of switches, because your energy has transformed, and so you're going to see the people, places, and things that come into your life now are going to be different. You're going to look back and be like, was I at a disadvantage at like every turn, or almost every turn in my life? It's going to feel like nothing's holding you back. It feels like, whereas before I felt like things were holding you back, or there were so many obstacles and issues where you had to do a lot of learning and growing. You're still going to learn and grow throughout your life, but I feel like it's a different kind of experience now. It's like without the weight of healing. Like you get to be your true authentic self, whole, complete self, and do all these things. So it's going to be much more fun, much more lighter, much more happier. You're going to have all the tools at your expense. You're going to have all the resources you need. And there's nothing lacking. So it's not going to feel like you have to do like 10 times the amount of work to get what you want. It's just going to feel like the kind of work you're going to do is enjoyable, fun, something you want to do, something you like to do, and in your way. And then Stork came out as well, which is news of a birth or new business opportunity. So with the seed here, I do get, with this new person coming in, divine counterpart coming in, divine counterpart union, especially with this level of intelligence and wisdom and light, you are definitely gonna have children. If you're of the children carrying age, or start a new business opportunity, start a new way of being, a new lifestyle with this person, or live in a new kind of location. But there's something new about this, and taking on a new life in many ways. And wow. So pile 3, it does feel like you're rooting something down. I feel like that's why this last connection was so disappointing, because I feel like you're ready. You're transforming. So you're getting into that energy of getting ready to have kids or start this really big business opportunity, this new career, this new relationship, this new lifestyle, this new passion project. But so you might have felt like that energy, but then that was just to get you transformed and into that energy, and now you're in that energy, so you can now birth that beautiful new life. All right, pile 3. So I hope you enjoyed the reading. It was my pleasure to channel these very high frequency messages for beautiful divine souls. And if you like the reading, I really appreciate it. Like or comment. And with that, I hope you have a beautiful, fantastic, amazing, lovely union. And I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 4. With the Bloom card, we're looking at when and how union is happening. And in the second part, we're looking at what the energy and the connection is right now. So let's start with, is union happening? Yes. Oh, wow. It's a very excited, exclaiming yes. Let's get confirmation. Yes. Wow. Okay. Confirmation. This union is happening. This is a very clear, strong, positive answer. And so let's see when. When is union happening? Next couple of weeks. Oh, wow. No wonder the energy is so strong here. Okay, with the union energies. And let's get confirmation. Perfect timing. It's happening right now. You're ready for it. And if you pick this pile, you probably know like this is something you could feel, and it's happening for you now. You could probably see like things in your life kind of falling into place because this union is happening now. Okay. So let's look at why. Why is union happening now? Big happy changes. Okay, it's time for very, very big positive manifestations and changes to occur in your life. And you know this pile is for you because you resonate with this energy and message very, very deeply. You probably have had a lot of signs, synchronicities, and message clearly from your spirit guides, spirit teams, even ancestors, your angels, the divine spirits, benevolent, high frequency spirits, and your higher self, and everyone and everything, that these big happy changes are in fact happening. And you've probably already started seeing clear indications of this with a lot of positive little miraculous manifestations happening all over. Okay, so why is this happening? Energy signature. The past is in the present. So I feel like you've done the work, pile 4, and you're ready to bloom. You're already blooming. This is time for you to shine your light, and you're in that really, really positive, high frequency energy, and you're sustaining it. So this is it's obvious that like, yeah, you're obviously definitely coming into union. Wow. And you're aligning not just to this divine union within a romantic love partnership, but you're probably coming into divine union with a lot of different things as well, with yourself, with the divine, with your life purpose, with your best home living situation, your best connections with others, your the resources you would like, the abundance that you would like, opportunities that you would like. You're aligning to a lot of divine things right now because you're in that energy. You're embodying it, and you're not just embodying it for like a short period of time while you meditate or you're in a nature walk or while you finished your inner work. It's like you're sustaining it now because you've done all that for way too long. You can sustain being in this very balanced, even keel, highly divine energy. Wow. Yeah. I'm getting you even surrounding yourself with very beautiful things. Like you might have a lot of flowers, you might have a lot of birds or animals come to you, or you might get a lot of animal symbology or plants and trees and flowers, like that kind of stuff all around you, even in like your content, even while you're scrolling, or just things people send to you or things that you notice around you. Yeah. Okay, so how is this union happening? Nothing has gone wrong. Trust the process. This connection is divinely timed. Okay. Divine timing. So I'm getting this feeling that like something might have happened where you're like, oh, did I do something to mess it up? Did I accidentally delay it, or did I accidentally cancel this union, or what happened? So I feel like you might have been like, oh, like I felt this energy come through maybe years ago, maybe months ago, maybe weeks ago. Like, am I doing something wrong? Am I not supposed to think about it? Am I like, did I mess up the manifestation? Is it all in my head? Like you might, it's not, at this point you're not doubting it at all, but like I feel like you might have been concerned that like something happened where you might have delayed it, or you're like thinking, oh, do I need to do something? Actually, let me ask a couple questions. What's helping in this connection right now, and what may not be helping? Powerful. You may be as potent as the ocean. Yeah, I feel like, this energy signature, like you're in your true power, pile 4. Like you you don't have to go to anything or anyone. Opportunities, people, places, things that you need, wish, or want to come to you. You're that powerful. You're in your full power. And that's what's helping. That's exactly why all these big happy changes are happening. Coffin. New beginnings, liberation, reborn, transition, tragic endings. Yeah, so I feel, okay, so the reason it might feel like, oh, is something going wrong, is because it might feel like that a lot of things in your life are ending, and even things that you like or kind of were like, this is okay, or maybe things that you knew that you were going to have to move on from anyway, but like it's like kind of, it's happening now, and you're kind of like, oh my goodness, like is this okay? Is this a bad thing? Is this a good thing? It's a good thing. Pile 4, it's a good thing. So if this, whether this is work, whether it's old habits, whether it's people, whether it's old interests, whether it's like even like things that you own, material things, clothes, furniture, old electronics, you know, if these things are leaving, or people around you, and you're wondering like, oh no, is this a good thing or a bad thing? Like, I know I'm supposed to be moving on from these things. Like, I know eventually like I'll have something better to replace this, but like Spirit's like, no, not eventually, it's happening now. So like, it's not just that you come into divine union. It's like this energy, this power that you hold within you, pile 4, is radiating outwards. Your light is shining, and you're not having to hinder it or kind of put blinders up for people so they're not blinded by your light or anything, or have to like kind of serve the needs of others. You're kind of like, I'm shining my light as brightly as I can, and that does serve the collective anyway, but no holding yourself back. And that means everything in your environment, in your external reality, is shifting. And so this is happening while union is happening, because it's big happy changes. It's a lot of big things happening at once. It's you've made that big transformation within yourself, and you're letting your light shine completely. You know, it's kind of like you charged up this whole time, and now you're beaming, you know, and it's like very, very obvious that like everything around you is getting hit with that like incredible amount of divine light, and your environment has to change. And like the people who can withstand that light can like chill with you. If they can't, then they might just come in and out, or they might be completely gone if they're really not that good for you. But yeah, and then like even physical things, you might see things breaking, you might see things leaving. Yeah, like you don't have to worry about like, is this a good thing? Is this bad? Like, I was gonna get a new version of that anyway. No, it's because you're getting a complete upgrade. Even if it's like you can't find that shampoo that you usually get. It's like, oh man, I was eventually gonna change to this kind of shampoo anyway. It's better for me. It's better for my hair. But I can't believe I can't find that shampoo anywhere. That my go-to shampoo. Just like small things and big things, people in particular will be the most noticeable. But even big things like your car or furniture or clothes, things like that, just breaking or being ripped or stained or something like that, hit. Yeah, like if you're just like, if you had a door, you kept fixing it, and it's like it broke again, it's like, oh, you know what? It's fine. I was gonna leave anyway. I was gonna move. That's the next person's problem, or or things like that. Yeah, it's like, oh, a new coworker comes in. It's like, oh yeah, you're the one in the office that shows the new person around, or invites them to lunch to make them feel kind of included. It's like, you know what? Not me. Someone else can do it. I'm gonna leave this job anyway. I don't need to get any favors. You might do it just for the sake of like, because you're nice. You're not gonna change the fact that you're a kind person, but you might not splurge, or you might not go like planning for like days ahead of time or something like that. You're the one who always throws a baby shower, or you're always the one who plans your friend's birthday, or gets to, buys the parent the gift, or gets the family together, or cleans that neighborhood sidewalk, or monitors that content or that channel, or helps out those folks that overstress and overwork their own lives. And it's just, you're like, yeah, these things are leaving. Even health-wise, even in your body, you might like, is this a good thing that this changed? Like, actually, I kind of like it. I like this new look, this new haircut, or this how I look differently now, or whatever it is. Yeah, wow. Okay, so how is this union happening? Girl with a snake, empath, and narcissist paradigm. Being charmed or used, enable boundaries. Yeah, exactly what I was describing. I again, the most noticeable big changes that starts now, that has already started, is going to be people leaving your life. People who had bad intentions, people who weren't like awful people, but they couldn't really give as much as they take. Like it wasn't really balanced, or wasn't like long-term good to connect with that person. They were a little bit more selfish, or they were always kind of asking you for things, or they always kind of, if you're like, oh, I really don't want to drink tonight, or I really don't want to eat unhealthy tonight, they're like, oh, let's just go out. Let's just go out for one dinner. Why not? It's like, we're celebrating this, or we're having that. It's like, okay, well, this is clearly the person that I don't want in my life. They're enabling the thing I don't want to do. That's not good for me. Someone who has hard times with boundaries. And so you're going to see this on a smaller scale, especially very, very clearly with people. But you also see it with your work. You can also see it with your living situation. And you're also going to see it in how much information you receive from your environment. So I feel like you might cut off from media or content creators, or even like artists or folks that kind of put out things that are not on your level. So Spirit is like kind of like, because it's happening so soon, it's like happening now, like they're just kind of telling you what it might have looked like leading up to your union, because it's basically here. So they're like, yeah, it's not gonna really, and we're not gonna tell you how, but we're gonna tell you that this is the indication, this is your pile, and you can tell these things are happening. All right, so let's see what is happening in this connection. Okay, so what is happening with the Divine Feminine? And just to let you know, there's Divine Feminine and Masculine energies in both people. So it can be like you have a little bit more of this energy, and a little bit more, or a little bit less of that energy, or you're very strongly in this energy and less of that. But both people are experiencing both in big or subtle ways. Sword, make the change. Big happy changes, new beginnings, transition. Yeah. It's a paradigm shift. Make the change. Oh my god, a sword to a hair. I legit did that when I was in college. I like cut my hair because I was getting really like too much attention, and I could not cope. And then like break up, cutting your hair is a sign of making a change in your life, right? Yeah, it could be like, that's why I kept saying like, oh, you might change something of your appearance. You might change something of your physical body. So you might get like a haircut, you might like a different kind of haircut, you might try a different kind of style with your clothing, you might get like a piercing or tattoo, you might go through like a body transformation, you might lose some weight, or you might get like really fit, or work on some parts of your body that you always wanted to work on. You might change your hair color, or you might change the way that you do your makeup or wear jewelry, or the way you present yourself. Maybe, yeah, I feel like there's like a physical change here. Pile 4. And Spirit's like, yeah, enjoy it. Feel into yourself. Feel what feels right, and play into that energy, Divine Feminines. What about the Divine Masculines? Your desire is within reach. Have faith, as everything is working in your favor. Wow. So even for the Divine Masculines, like, yeah, just like chill out, take a seat, or just have faith that everything is working out. So really the energy right now for both the Divine Masculine and Feminine is just to kind of get ready. Be ready. Just be in that energy. Have faith. I feel like the Divine Masculine, to get ready, they like to kind of do something creative. So the Divine Masculine might be kind of, playing their favorite instrument, or playing music or making music of some kind, or they might be kind of getting their home ready. Like they might like go buy some flowers for the home, or they might like get a new cologne or something like that, or yeah, I feel like both energies are kind of in this like, yeah, let's get ready, like let's feel good, The Divine Feminine is like kind of fixing her looks, and the Divine Masculine's like doing things that put them in that good energy, like maybe watching a lot of comedy shows, or practicing, practicing their charisma, practicing their jokes, or thinking of funny stories that they could probably tell on a date or something like that. Yeah, but both energies are kind of in that getting ready vibe. But it's like not just like getting ready for a date, it's like getting ready for this new, like entering life as this new version of yourself. And it's like entering this new chapter of your life, because this is like union. This is definitely going to change both of your lives significantly. So it's kind of like more like semi-permanent changes that kind of like, so I feel like the Divine Masculine, they might get into like a new interest or hobby. They might get into like I recommend to a lot of feminines on my channel, like, oh yeah, like make sure that like you have like when you're in that feeling like, oh, I'm about to get into a relationship, it's good that you have your self-care routine down, and you have your tools and your toolkit, like for your self-care needs, for if you need to nurture yourself, or if you need time to just think about things, like space, things that you can do on your own by yourself or with friends that like can give you space away from your partner, or can give you space to kind of just think, which could include whatever you're interested in, passions that you don't have to, that you can share with your partner, but just something you can do by yourself that makes you happy, that you look forward to, watching your shows, cooking your meals, painting, or creating music, or writing, or and then like self-care routines, and like making sure that you will still implement this like self-care routine and something fun you do by yourself at least once a week when you're with this person, so that you can kind of make sure you can keep yourself in a good state, in a more balanced state. And I feel like the masculines are doing that. They're kind of like figuring out what new things they can do to kind of keep on top of their self-care routine, self-love routine, and to just kind of hang out by themselves, and find like interests and hobbies that they like. Okay, so what is the energy in the connection right now? What is the energy in the connection right now? action. Things are happening. I feel like that with the two of you kind of feeling good, when you're feeling a little bit like a little pep in your step, you kind of like, yeah, let me go grab that extra coffee, or let me go grab that extra, dessert at that bakery, or let me, like, yeah, you know what, I will go help that friend with that thing, or, and I'll pick up that extra shift, or I'll go walk around the long way, or, I'll drive out and, go see that movie or show way out there or something like that. So like that's when these kinds of things happen usually, when you're feeling good and you're feeling like spending time by yourself, self-care, self-love, self-nurturing, and just like kind of I don't know, hanging out with yourself and your spirit team, like, when you're feeling it and you're just like, yeah, I'm just out, or even with your friends or people that you connect with really well. It just feels like you're in that energy. But I feel like both of you kind of spend more time by yourself in that energy than with friends at this specific time. But like, yeah, it could be like you're just out by yourself or with friends, and then this union, magically starts unfolding. It already has. So like whatever, you might not even know it yet, but something that you're gonna do in the next couple of weeks or something is gonna bring you to your person. Wow. And so how does the energy of this connection, what is the energy that this connection puts outward? Bliss, cherishing the day. Yeah, that's the energy. You're both kind of in that energy of just like, yeah, I'm soaking in today. It's a beautiful day. Or it's beautiful because I'm making it a beautiful day. I want to go to that farm stand, or I want to go see what's by that lake, or I want to go into that other store. Like, I want to go, grab that takeout from that restaurant further away, or I'm going to go, check out that show by myself, or I'm going to go, purchase that thing that might become a new interest or hobby or something like that. I want to go try that something new. That's the kind of energy both of you are embodying, and that's how magic happens, right? It's kind of good. Like, it's kind of like a good routine to get in, like the self love and self care one. So something to take care of yourself, right? So usually people do like hygiene, or some sort of beauty routine, or something to take care of your looks, or so cleaning something that you use a lot, or something that you've always wanted to get to. Self care, planning a friend's night out, or giving yourself a break or something like that. And then self love, something that you enjoy doing by yourself, whether that's cooking or dancing, singing, or something small that you can do just like while you're standing around for 5 minutes, or something that you actively choose to do. I want to check out that museum, or I want to check out, I'm gonna visit my family member. I'm gonna go check out this new whatever, something that you've always wanted to do, something like that. So self-care, self-love, and then something else you might want to add is maybe once a week, doing something new, going somewhere you haven't been before, even if it's like really close, or going to a store or something like that, trying a new food, having some sort of new experience, whether it's small or big. And then with these three in combination, doing it just like once a week will help facilitate this union faster, because it's like you're cutting out the legwork for the universe. Wow. And then lastly, how does spirit see this connection? The animal. Wow. So I'm getting a huge emphasis on focusing on your physical world and your physical body. Usually when you're coming into a beautiful, spiritual, highly divine union like this, it's because you've been in your spiritual energies a lot more than your physical energies. And you've probably seen in the recent past that you've been kind of going 50-50 more so. Recently, in the past, like, I don't know, however many months, several months to several years or something, you know, you might have been, or a few months, a few years, coming more into your physical energies. And now with your spiritual side very, very full, powerful, and fully formed, and your access to your spiritual side very easy and positive, you can come into the physical more powerfully as well. And that's been happening. You can see kind of in like little ways in the past weeks and months, how you, in few years even, how things are manifesting in the physical for you. So this has been an energy that's been building up and building up and building up for a very long time, and you could probably feel it. So you're coming into the physical. You can even see with your physical look, last final touches, cherry on top, you know, little things that you like to do. It's time to get into that. Little hobbies, little classes you might want to take. Okay, so the animal talks about the resistance to the animal within. Where does it come from? And what has it kept you from doing? So, you know, maybe in the past you've kind of like, oh, well, I don't have the money or time for this or that, or to do the things I like, or figure out what looks good on me, or, you know, pick up this paintbrush or whatever. It's like whatever excuses you had before, you don't have anymore. Right now, if you're coming into union, the divine has cleared your schedule, like completely. It's like, yeah, the only thing on your that you're supposed to focus on, especially because everything is kind of ending from your 3D life so profoundly, is like the only thing you can really focus on is like yourself, your own health, your own emotional health, mental health, and just like kind of cleaning things up, putting a pretty bow on top of this experience and who you are now. Like the major transformation was within, right? And it took a very, very long time. And now you made a lot of physical transformations as well. And some of the old things are falling away, and you can just kind of polish it up at this point. The animal reminds us we get comfortable in our own skin. The minute you accept, express, and celebrate the physical body, you tap into that animal energy. So this is kind of like you've been in your spiritual side for so long, or you've been kind of focusing on this theory, this concept of this future you had, and now it's here, and now it's time to kind of fully live it and experience it in the physical. And it's kind of important that you kind of celebrate this physical side of life by adorning your physical body, expressing yourself in physical ways through how you express yourself with your style, on your physical body, with your physical body, but also in things around you, the things that are coming with you. At least, you know, you don't want to put new paint on a place that's like you're already going to be living, right? Okay, so the message here is we are mammals. The hair on our chest and between our legs remind us so. We try hard to deny our unrefined animalistic nature. Yet through this archetype, we tap into the power and direction. Activating the animal within means reawakening our relationship to nature in the most broad and embodied sense. Drinking from waterfalls, roaring at the moon, opening eyes underwater, eating berries from the vine. The life force of our planet begs us to set down the devices, the constraints, and the social constructs, and remember the warm blood that pulses through our veins. The animal longs for breath, food, procreation, and physicality. It wants soils under our nails and starlight on our skin. If this all sounds terribly unsophisticated to you, take note that it is said that when Buddha became enlightened, he roared like a great lion. It's both, right? Spirit, energy. It's both. It's spirit, and it can be in this physical form. Spirit is everything. Energy is in everything. So it's conquering all forms: the mental, the etheric, the physical, the emotional. You know, it's when you can tap into all of it at once and let it empower you and be all of it at once. So I feel like this is the energy. That's union. That's union. That's the energy of this beautiful divine couple coming together, the two of you coming together. And what can grow from this? What can bloom from this? Oh, I don't think you're ready you are ready. I don't think you'll be able to believe or see what it is until it happens, until it unfolds, because everything merges, even time. When you two come together, all these different types of energies are merging, and you're like a big bang exploding into a brand new world and reality and life that you can't possibly envision at this time. So you just gotta let it unfold, and all you can do is really, brush your hair and sing your song and dance all the way into union. All right, pile 4. So I hope you enjoy this reading. It has been my pleasure to channel these high frequency messages for all the divine souls out there. And with that, I wish you the most blessed, beautiful, miraculous, loving, light-filled union. And I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 5. With the glimpse card, we're looking at when and how is union happening. And in the second part, we're looking at the current energies in the connection right now. So let's get right into it. Is union happening? Unlikely. Let's get a confirmation. Not the right time. So it feels like the two of you in your connection, it's probably not going to come into a union just now. It just might not be the right time for it. So for not the right time, it's about sometimes the path or choice might be the right one for you, but the timing is currently off. Instead of giving up on your dream, realize that maybe it needs to be put on hold, or you need to keep working at it a little longer until the stars are aligned. So I did get that feeling that this is a connection where it seems like it could be in the stars, but it just seems like things aren't in the proper place right now, or it's just not the right timing, or it's supposed to be in the future. It seems like the two of you are working towards union, and you can see a glimpse of the future, the possibility of this connection, the potential of this connection. It's just right now the timing's off, or one or both of you need to focus on something else right now, or there's a little bit more work that needs to be done. Okay, so when is union happening? When? Have faith. Divine timing is at play. And it came out in reverse. So it's kind of like there is a little bit of free will. There's a free will aspect to this where it's kind of like, yes, the divine is giving you the green light for this connection, but it seems like there might just need to be more things involved, more things that need to happen before this comes into a more complete, full physical union. But like spirit in the universe is like, yeah, there is something aligned for you, and it will most certainly could be this connection, but it's just like there's a lot of other divine things happening at the same time for you as well. Okay, can we get a confirmation? Wait, oh my goodness. This whole reading, it's been it's like so on point. Okay, so definitely getting that this might take a while. This might take a little bit, but have faith that things are happening for a reason, and there's a reason that you two aren't coming into physical union at this specific time. Okay, so why? Why is this being stalled? If you believe, okay. There is a component of faith involved with this. You know, have faith. Do you believe that this can happen? Do you believe that the two of you can have this potential coming together in the future, get to where you want to be, and form a more harmonious physical union or a better physical union in the future, in the near future? So it's kind of like, do you believe it? If you don't believe something is worth your time, or is going to happen, or is possible, then that's what you're going to manifest, and that's kind of the thing. So if you feel like this is possible, the two of you can do the thing that you need to do before a more harmonious physical union and come back together, or come back together stronger, or proceed in this connection, then it will likely happen. Okay, so why? Living light energy. See the beauty in life. So there's definitely a reason why this connection, this union is being stalled and kind of drawn out slowly. And Spirit is saying, like, if you can see that, if you can see the higher reason, the higher purpose of why this connection is transpiring the way that it is, then you're already at the end and union is around the corner. So that's basically what I'm getting from Spirit, is like, once you can see why things happened, you're basically coming in union that day, that week, that month, right? But if you can't really fully see it yet, and a lot of you, most of you that pick this pile, is kind of like almost like you can't really see why things are happening the way they are, then it's not time yet. It'll become absolutely very clear right before union, or like during union, like around that time frame, right before, during, or right after union. It'll be like super clear, and you'll have a lot of clarity coming through right before. Okay, so what's helping with this union and what's not really helping? Receive. You may know you are worthy of the gift. Okay, so I do feel like there's something positive happening for you though, Pile 5, you and your person, and that's kind of why there's being time spent away from this connection right now, is to pursue this other thing. So I don't know if you're getting like a promotion at work, or like a side gig is taking off, or you know, things are going really well in your life right now, and you kind of just want to live in it, or you're moving to a new place, or you know, you made a bunch of new friends, or you're entered a new workplace and you kind of want to settle in before make any moves, or you're starting to bring in a lot of abundance at work or through life, and it's just like you kind of just want to keep that going for a bit. So I do feel like there is something positive happening for you, Pile 5, and that's kind of why you, or both of you, are kind of like, let's like let this play out. Like, it definitely feels like you're meant to kind of let whatever's happening in your life play out the way it's supposed to. Okay. What may not be helping? The relationship is over, no second chances, grow and transform. What is dead is dead. So what's not helping is that this connection is completely dead and gone. Both of you kind of feel it too. Like, oh, like if we just met at a different time, if we met earlier or later in life, like sort of imperfect. Both of you have a feeling like this is like the one, but it might have been that like you two kind of cycled through too many separations and coming together and coming apart. That's kind of like, it's too much of a headache. Sometimes you just kind of need to leave it for a bit, and work on other things before coming back and seeing it more clearly and being like, is this something I want to pursue? Is this something worth putting energy and effort into? Is it someone that I definitely can't live life without, or is worth pursuing? There needs to be a little bit of space to really finish your transformation or fully transform. This feels like a twin flame or divine counterpart journey that has either just begun, like you found each other, but there's like so much that needs to be done before you come into union, or the two of you went back and forth for a while, and it's like you need space, and you don't know if this is going to be like forever, or if it's just to actually just think about things, have space from the connection, balance everything else in your life, and grow and evolve before coming into the connection more harmoniously. It's a huge question mark for you, pile 5. If you pick this pile, it's kind of like, is this happening or is this not? And so Spirit is saying that the thing that's holding you back maybe is believing that this is completely over, or I have no chance, or I never had a chance, or it ended before it could even begin, or I might not have a chance at this in the future. It's kind of like, know that whatever is truly yours can never be taken away from you. And so if you just have that belief that anything that is meant to be yours, no one can take away from you. Nothing can take it away from you. And whether that's love, whether it's a friendship, whether it's an opportunity in life, experience in life, like if it's meant to be yours, it will be yours. And you don't have to even put it on this specific person. I feel like what's not helping is that saying that this is the death of this twin flame journey, instead of looking at it as this was an experience on my spiritual journey, and I'm moving forward, and whatever is mine cannot be taken away from me. Whatever I'm meant to experience, whatever I'm meant to have, whatever is meant to love me and I'm to love it, like it's there, it's in my energy. Nothing can take it away from me. If I'm meant to have a very divine counterpart union and relationship in life, I will have that in however form it looks. And kind of taking away the finality of it, like kind of like, nothing really ends. Like you'll come into union, whether it's in this lifetime or after this lifetime or in another lifetime. Like what is yours, it will always be yours, and no one can take it away. So I feel like by saying like you'll receive what is yours, and what is for your highest and best good, and that you're continually receiving love, light, and abundance from the universe. in whatever form that may be. So it's like kind of like not visualizing this connection and this energy as the end, but that you're still receiving this energy in a different way like perceive this energy in a different way as infinite love from the divine. You're still continuing to receive infinite love from the divine. You're still in this union energetically at all times, or physical union is yours in whatever way it's meant to be. It's either this way or better, and possibly a better way than you could ever imagine. And so you want to keep your mindset in that you're continuously receiving rather than this is just ended. Like, change the way you perceive this energy is what I'm getting. All right, so how is union happening? Unbreakable love. This person has genuine love for you. You can overcome any issue that may arise. Yeah, so it does feel like there's just kind of some things to work through. For some of you, this is going to be like, you know what it is. It's like one big thing, and it's like, once they deal with that, like they definitely show you that they have feelings for you, they take action, they tell you, they express their love for you, and it's very obvious that they just have to deal with this thing. For some of you, it's a finite time, how it's going to go. They're telling you step by step. For others of you, it's kind of like, who knows how long this is going to take. Maybe it's like, loss of a loved one or something, and it's just like, okay, like, you give them space. Like, who knows how long it's going to take. Maybe they'll get lost a little bit in life. Maybe they'll wander off and go some places, and you don't know if this is going to come back or not, but you have faith that it will, because the love is real and the love is true, and they definitely have shown you that. For others of you, it's kind of like you've entered a period of little to no communication, and it wasn't left on bad terms, and there's obvious feelings for the both of you, and it just felt like why couldn't we have met at a different time, or why couldn't we have met now, or in the past, or in the future? It's just like the love is there, and if the timing is off, it's just kind of like, that's a huge sign that, like, if the love is there and the timing is off, that there's something else that you're meant to do at this time. But that's still not a clear indication if this is going to come back or not. Usually they say when you meet someone and it's like the connection is real but the timing's off, that like there's a reason that the timing's off and you're supposed to move on. But for this, I do feel like if the two of you wanted and worked at it, that this connection will come to fruition. But it's like a huge test, hanging on to someone who may not potentially want a connection in the future, and you might not know, or you do know, and that there's a lot of strong feelings there, but there's no clarity on how the path from here to there is gonna look like. So how? Wedding rings. Ooh. Union, wedding, married, soul connection, eternal love, everlasting promise. Yeah, so I feel like this is the connection that like was that close. I feel like the two of you might have even got engaged, talked about getting married, even gotten married, but then something happened. And so or something along like long-term, like forever promises to each other. There's definitely a very, very strong connection here. Something happened. For some of you, it's like, who knows what will happen next. For others of you, you have more faith, and it's kind of like you have more evidence that things will turn out okay in the long term. But there's no denying that the love is real and it's deep. And both of you saw something. Both of you saw something, not in just each other, but in the future that like is possible and it's beautiful. It's just kind of like moving pieces in order to create that future. And along the way, you do have free will, and it's like, will you have the strength, the willpower to get there? for a lot of you, you already know what this is and what I'm talking about, this energy of getting through whatever this is. And for some of you, it's kind of that energy, you know, even if it's not this specific person, that this energy of this person, of this connection, of this relationship that you've visualized and imagined is gonna come through. Wedding rings, like, it's coming into the physical. For like a lot of you, it's like, yeah, it's just have faith and it will happen. I think the mentality has to change. It's like the death of how you perceive and how you receive. It's a really hard thing to say. It's like if you've been single for a very long time, or if you've been in little to no communication for a very long time, or if you've been in unrequited love for a very long time, or if you've been kind of not having meeting the right connections, meeting the right opportunities, and it just kind of everything always feels like off or not, like it's not happening for you. It takes a while to kind of get out of that mindset, like a long time, like cycles. And once you kind of finally get there, that's when it manifests. Let me see. I got the full moon. And $22. So I get, yeah, if you were to have union, it would most likely happen around the full moon, or kind of the middle of the month, the 22nd date in particular. And status, title, network, legacy. Yeah, it feels like this will come in as soon as you kind of establish a status for yourself, a title for yourself, or create some sort of like network with a lot of people. If you've been kind of hermiting, like finding a network of people, friends, family, soul family, community, and also creating a legacy, something, knowing that you're building something right now that will last for a very long time, that you can pass on to your kids and grandkids and so on, or your proteges and whatever, leave to the world kind of thing. So it feels like this needs to be established before the wedding rings come in. Either for one of you or both of you, this is very like kind of important. I feel like it's for both of you, but in your own way, like whatever this represents for you. I feel like it's feeling established. And you don't need to be established to come into a really harmonious union. But for this specific couple, I feel like there's a reason why the two of you are meant to go, on this detour and establish yourself professionally or socially, and physically some way, if that's whether that's financial or the way that you look or your home or whatever way you present. For some reason that's important. I want to look into that a little bit more because this is a little different. Child. Okay. The death of the child. Okay. I'm not getting inner child. I'm getting it specifically the inner child. Okay, so I'm getting this energy of you might have went through something difficult in your life. And oftentimes when we have a trauma or we start an addiction or something of that sort, we usually stay stunted at the age that we had that trauma or started that bad habit or something of that sort. So it's important for you to show yourself, your soul, your spirit team, that you have moved on from that experience in your life, and that you have gained the wisdom and experience that you quote unquote missed out on during that time, or the things that you kind of wish you had experienced or learned or could, relive, or whatever it is from that time till now. So it feels like that's what needs to happen. Just some sort of catch up, being like I'm hearing like you're catching up with yourself, catching up with your life. I've got playful, innocent, and youth. Yeah, and this energy of like having fun again. I feel like for some of you, it's been so heavy. Life has been so heavy, so stressful, so chaotic, or so off track that you need to get back to a time in your life where you can be free and be yourself and just let it be light. And for a lot of you, that's just like establishing yourself in the physical in some sort of way. It feels very necessary because I feel like for this group, you have a lot of spiritual work ahead of you, or you've done a lot of spiritual work, but it's kind of like you need to balance those energies out. You need the physical to catch up with the spiritual. And so there's like a little bit of a back and forth going on. So I feel like you're finding the right balance between spending time in your spiritual healing place in your mind and in your internal world, and then your external world and manifestations and working on things and taking action and making moves. So it feels like there's like this balance needs to be established for you. And it takes a lot of cycles, and so I feel like this is a connection that either just started on their journey or is still continuing their journey and has a little more to go before hearing those wedding bells. But it's going to be completely worth it, because I feel like the both of you will be where you want to be when you are with each other. This could be also a sign that you that a child is involved, and usually that I've seen that happen in a lot of twin flame or divine counterpart couples, or where you had in your soul contract that you were to have children and your person wasn't ready, so you have children with another person, you get married to another person, or you have relationships with another person, and one or both people might have children with another lover and come together later in life, and until like that child is of age or something, the partner doesn't think about leaving that partner. But even so, they don't even have that in mind, because they want to curate that relationship and see it through. So it's not even usually on their mind to break up in the future, divorce in the future. And this is what I'm getting is like why there's such a question mark for you and your person in regards to this connection. And then if not a child, it could be something with as grand a responsibility, like a business or a huge undertaking of that sort. All right, so what is the energy of his connection right now? We're going into that second part. Let's look at the feminine energy, the divine feminine energy. Feather. Think first before you judge. Okay, so I'm getting, there's a lot of withheld judgment. There's a lot of judgment you have, the divine feminine has on themselves, and you can tell because they judge a lot of other people around them. It might be in a joking manner and it might not be taken so seriously, but the divine feminine holds a lot of judgment for herself and is working through not judging herself. And the mirror is the world and how many judgments you hold for other people. And it's hard because sometimes you go through like ups and downs. You feel like you're in a good place, then you feel like you're everything's wrong with your life and you take it out and project it onto the world. But I feel like the Divine Feminine here is just working through very diligently all the little things that, you know, your inner work requires before you come into a divine union, which is no judgment. You know, we're all one consciousness. We all go back to the one source energy. So we're all each other. So to like kind of not judge is really, really the crux of this inner work here. But it's like not judging people that really tick you off and that you know well. Because you can judge people who are like, oh yeah, that person, you know, offed another person. Like obviously that's a bad person. It's like depending on your rank or your like I don't class. I don't want to put people into groups, but it's kind of like based on where you are on your spiritual journey, who ticks you off the most, and why, figuring out why, and then like erasing all the judgment and figuring out how does this reflect onto you? What are you judging about yourself? What can you learn? What can you do to become wiser, to let in more light about what you're judging out there and what that says about you, and how to kind of, you know, reverse engineer it. What about the masculine? What is the divine masculine energies? Easy does it. Stop trying so hard to control everything, and all the doors will open for you. Yeah. We have like the divine feminine judgmental energies and kind of criticizing everything, and the divine masculine energy trying to control everything, and, you know, maybe getting upset if things don't go their way, or if things, you know, if they worked hard for something and then it doesn't play out the way that they want. So all these like little things, it just feels like being easy breezy, but legit, not pretending to be easy breezy, not pretending to be peaceful, not pretending to be okay with who you are and where you are in life, and the people around you, and accepting people and things, and the world as it is. You don't have to like it. You don't have to be okay with it, but you accept it. You understand that's where things are. It reminds me of a quote. The quote is, the more you know who you are and what you want, the less you let things upset you. So it's basically like, if you're really upset and angry at other people and the world and whatnot, and I'm not talking about things that like directly affect you negatively, but I'm talking about like in general, if things are ticking you off, or upsetting you, or taking, you know, too much of your mind, taking up too much space in your mind, and, you know, making you feel emotional, whether that's angry or sad or stressed or whatever. And if anything is affecting you in that way, it's because it might be reflecting something else in your life that you might not be okay with, you know, where you are. If you're upset at people who might be rich, and like how they spend their time and efforts and energy, it might be because, like, I'm not condoning that their behavior or how systems are set up, but it's kind of like, okay, if you reflect it back into your life, if it's something that you continuously rag on, it might be because you have an issue with your own finances, and like what you can do to remedy that. Okay, so same with the masculine. I feel like both of you, this is a very mirrored energy. So obviously you two have a really strong bond, and you know, are like mirrored souls, really, really high level soulmates. but they're going through something similar where they have to have things their way, or they're right and everyone else is wrong, or they can only, like, you can perceive truth in many different ways. Yeah, there's only one universal truth, but it can be perceived in so many different ways. And so I feel like they have a hard time seeing other people's way of seeing things. So they might have a hard time seeing your perspective or other people's perspective. And yeah, they have a lot of spiritual maturing to do as well. And yeah, it seems like the both of you would have such ease in this connection and relationship, or more ease, and just more ease in life with the things around you, people, places, and things. If you were doing the things that you were meant to do, if you're allowing yourself to be who you really are, and if you are confronting the truths, your truths, and once you uncover the truth about yourself, the good, bad, and ugly, you'll be able to see the truth out there, the good, bad, and ugly. It goes that way. Like, the more truth you can see within yourself, the more truth you can see out there. All right, so what is the energy of this connection? Trust in reverse. There seems to be some trust issues, but that also, I'm getting, is mirrored to within yourself. You may think that you are giving your person like nothing to not trust you with. Like, you are giving them everything. You're an open book. You're absolutely honest with them. You tell them everything, or you don't waste a minute to not tell them how you feel about them, and to do something nice for them, and to listen to them, hear them out, be there for them. But they might see you in a completely different way. They might feel that that's untrustworthy, that you're opening up too much. Like, why are they doing that? They must be hiding something, and they're just telling me the things that they wanted to tell me. Why are they helping me so much? Like, so there's some like trust issues from, I feel like, from like childhood, and just like past experiences, and just like trust in yourself. Like, can you trust yourself to get to where you want to be, to listen to yourself and make choices based on who you truly are? So yeah, that trusting is really, really big, and it was something that, like, you could almost draw a line from every issue that both of you were having, and most of them would go to trust. That's how big this issue is. It's like a umbrella issue. Okay, and then what is the energy of this connection projecting outwards? How is the energy of this connection in the external? Destruction. Oh, whoa. Releasing your anger. Okay, so this is where it comes down to, right? I feel like both of you have underlying anger, issues that need to be worked out. Maybe upset with, if you're really, really upset with what's going on in the world, yes, it's upsetting. Yes, there's unjust and unfair and really evil and dark things happening, but that's always been the case. That's always been happening, right? Unless we go all the way back to when God's roamed the earth, right? So this what's happening on the planet right now, in the collective, is it's been there. It's been there for decades. It's been there for centuries, but we're bringing more awareness to it, where a lot more people are noticing it now. And that's a good thing, because they are paying attention to the darkest parts of humanity, and also the darkest parts within themselves. When you see something dark, it oftentimes has you confront your own darkness. It might not be as dark as what you see out there, but it's in you somewhere, because you're also connected to the collective consciousness. And to heal it in yourself and not judge them, and they're going through their own experiences. Maybe they have experienced something like on the opposite end, the shoe on the other foot in a past lifetime, and they needed to heal it in this way. Maybe they're a younger soul. Maybe they have different things they wanted to learn. Holding space, keeping some understanding, or you don't have to like it, but be aware and acknowledge that it's there is quite enough. And if you find yourself getting triggered a lot by people around you, what your friends or family say, or what people say on social media, or what people, or in the media, or like issues around the world, that is a very, very big sign that there's a lot about yourself that you have not come face to face with. And if you want, I can do a reading about that. But I doubt people do not like hearing about this in readings. But if you have watching this reading for up till now, I thank you for being someone who's open to hearing some truths. And a lot of people don't like to hear truth about themselves. It's like it offends you. You get triggered. And if something triggers you, it usually means it's because it's true. So what did we learn today? We learned that if a lot of things in the world, a lot of issues and things are affecting you negatively, are triggering you, it's probably because it's time for you. You're becoming aware of it. You're acknowledging that there's darkness in the world. And you want to get the truth. You want to discover the truth behind it. And it starts from within. You have to find some truths about yourself. See how it reflects in your life. Why does this upset you so much? What can this be pinpointed to? It's like there's a lot of anger. There's a lot of anger that needs to be brought up and healed, acknowledged, looked at, unpacked, healed. And it might be a little bit at a time. That's kind of what the spiritual journey is. And that's kind of what everyone who is coming into a twin flame union or divine counterpart union has experienced. It's not fun. I don't know why the twin flame title has gotten so popular. But if people knew what it actually meant, that incredible amount of inner work that it takes, I don't think it would be as trendy as it is. Okay, and then lastly, how does Spirit see this connection? The vessel. All right, so the messages of the vessels are: the physical body is the most sacred vessel of all. It is the one in which you reside from your first breath to your last. It may need your attention. So at this time, it really seems like the focus needs to be in your inner universe, on your own mental health, physical health, emotional health, spiritual health, and same with your partner. It seems like there's a lot of discovering who you are, and that's only going to bring your twin flame closer. The more you do your work, they're going to have to do their work as well, because you two are mirrored soul, you kind of have to be around the same wavelength usually, and it works that way. Usually kind of are doing the same work at the same time. If one person pulls ahead, the other person has to follow, kind of thing. Because there's a strong bond here that has been established, and it's like you can't continue that strong bond without one person really lagging behind. You have to keep going at a consistent level forward. The second message here is, if you are a mentor and a healer, this message is for you specifically. Mentors and healers in particular need to pay attention to this archetypal form, because healing cannot be sustained without a strong container. So if you are a mentor or healer, or seeking a mentor or healer, you better be sure that the person you're going to for advice or for what spiritual practices might be best suited for you, or for some options, or to kind of bounce ideas off of, or anything like that, you best be sure that they're strong enough to help you. You know, I've doing this for like 7 years now. I kind of, like, professionally, I've seen that, like, as soon as, like, I started off doing tarot, like, while I was still kind of in the process of learning, but my learning and growing was expedited because I went for it full force. Like, I took time off of work. I became super, super disciplined, no, like, vegan, no alcohol, no nothing, not even no sugar, no caffeine, no FAP. Yeah, not even relationships, cut out everybody, meditated every day. Like, I became monk status, like, just super, super disciplined. So even though I started off at the same place as everyone else, like, I went through the experiences and the evolution, and I left behind what I just learned in my readings. And then as I evolved, I got to be more creative and use my intuition in different ways. And not everyone liked that, because everyone liked, the more 3D versions of my readings, right? But then you come to a point where you kind of, like, I kind of move on to helping those that were where I was not too long ago, and then someone else replaces me and helps those that are just coming into the journey, so, like, there's, like, a natural circle for mentors and students and teachers where you kind of just cycle up as you go. And so if you are getting so it's fine getting advice from someone who is on the same level as you, because they might have some insight. They might be able to pick up on things that are happening in the journey or in the energies right now that you can really relate to. But those people are not going to be the ones you can entrust in your mentorship or your healing, because they're in that process too. I've only been told, like, 2 stories of, like, Hindu gods when I was a kid, but one of them was, like, someone had a problem with eating too many sweets, too much candy, and went to, like, I think it was a goddess or wherever, lord or lady, and then asked, like, hey, like, I have this issue, I can't stop eating sweets, like, can you give me some advice? And the person's like, oh, come back to me in a week and I'll have the answer for you. And the person, the saint or whatever, was like, yeah, I couldn't give you an answer before because I myself was having issues with having too many sweets. So I had to first stop and figure out a way and have, like, make sure it's sustained before I can, like, give that advice to someone. So it's kind of like you have to go someone who's, like, experienced it and, like, over it to kind of get that knowledge or that wisdom or that advice. Okay, so the last message from the vessel. The vessel may be the most powerful archetypal form on earth. It is everywhere. Cups hold liquid. Stoves hold fire. Our bodies hold organs. Our homes hold families. Through the simple act of separation, the vessel protects what it contains. Nests protect the eggs. Savings account protect our earnings. Even the planets are contained within their circular orbit. When this card appears, it's time to assess what is being held together and how. Is the vessel too tight, too loose, broken, empty, full? Or perhaps there is no vessel at all, and the contents spill in every direction. It is natural for structures to be formed and eventually fall apart. The vessel has a life cycle that must be honored. Is it time for you to build, break, or repair? You must find out. Yeah, so it feels like someone might feel like trapped in this connection right now or feel unstable. Well, it could be just one person, and the other person could feel like really stable and strong. But if one person isn't feeling that way, that's not a balanced and harmonious relationship. And so I do feel like that's what's being done here. Like feeling held, protected, and good in your own life, in your own body. In your own role here in this world, in your divine purpose, and finding meaning to your life. And finding meaning to your life is is what this whole journey of finding the truth, which is a spiritual journey, is all about. Finding out who you are, having self-mastery. What are your talents? What are your natural abilities? What are your skill sets? What are your interests? What are your passions? Your likes and dislikes. What would you want from a romantic relationship? What would you want from a partner? What would you want to be in a relationship? What kind of role would you want to play? How can you become the person you want to be in your most ideal relationship? Yeah. How can you get the foundation started for this life? All right, so pile 5, I hope you resonated with the reading. If you did, I really appreciate a comment. It does feel like you are destined for some sort of union. I feel like the union has to start within and with the divine first, and then it spills out into everything else in your life. But as soon as you have that union with yourself, and it's true and it's real, it manifests within your physical reality with your divine counterpart almost immediately. In fact, in moments where you feel like you have union with the divine and with yourself, you might have soulmates pop through to kind of help you expedite your journey to your divine counterpart union. So yeah, and it might be just one. It might be just one step away, or for some of you it's not going to be that long. For others of you, it's more kind of like finagling things. Both of you kind of figuring things out. It might be a little bit of a journey, but it's not the destination, it's the experience there. There's a lot of ups and downs, but the ups and the highs are like out of this world highs. And the lows are just kind of releasing everything that needed to be released and healed and loved and explored and expanded and evolved. All right. Pile 5, I wish you the most magnificent, loving, beautiful union and life with your divine counterpart. And I also wish you much love and light now. Hi, beautiful Pile 6. With the Echo card, we're looking at when and how union is happening. And in the second part, we're going to look at the current energies in the connection right now. So let's get right into it. Is union happening? There's something better. Ooh, what's better than union? Can we get a confirmation? Get more information. Oh, wow. Okay. The answers have been so direct and on point and confirmed in every single pile. It's amazing. Okay, there's something better and get more information. Ooh. So get more information is about how that more information will help you guide your decision, but also a warning, as people or situations might not be as they initially seem. So things might not be what they came off as, whether that's good or bad, and you'll need to know more information about your current circumstances. And for there's something better, the message is heaven has something wonderful in mind for you. However, it's not the same thing you have planned. Ask yourself what you would rather have, the very thing that you're asking for, or something that would make you much happier and more fulfilled. Sometimes the divine has joys in store for us that we could have never imagined on our own. Open your eyes and heart to the possibility that you deserve even more than what you're asking for. trust your angels to guide you in a new and exciting direction. So this is giving kind of energy that like either someone that you thought was a divine counterpart wasn't actually a divine counterpart, but just the fact that you thought they might be, or a high level soulmate or something, is a sign that someone of that energy is on their way to you. Or that if you expected nothing to come of this connection, or you're asking for like the bare minimum, or you're asking for what you thought you wanted, Spirit's like, oh no, honey, we have something way better planned for you in this connection. So I do get that kind of energy of like it's something way better than you expected, and something is not what it seems. All right, so let's get more information. So when would this union be happening? Next week looks promising. So I feel like you kind of are in connection with this person right now already. Train whistle is a confirmation. So I do feel like you may be already talking with this person, or this open line of communication, or you might be with this person currently. Yeah, that's the kind of energy I'm getting, that you're currently already connected to this person and you're ready. Okay, for some of you, I'm getting that like what you thought physical union was going to be is child's play compared to what the universe has in store for you. For a few of you, this is kind of like if you thought this was like your divine counterpart or your soulmate or your twin flame or something. There's someone coming in who is actually train confirmation, train whistle confirmation. That is way, way, way better than this person that you were like, is this someone? Is this a soulmate, high level soulmate? Is this my divine counterpart? Yeah, someone is coming in very, very soon. I'm getting before the week's end, or like within a week, before, not even in a week, but within a week. If some of you are dating or looking for, or just getting back out there, or just started thinking about that, Spirit's like, oh yeah, we got you on this one, pile 6. Oh yeah, we got you on this one. No, you're thinking about doing a dating app? We're gonna do it better. You know? You think you're gonna meet someone at a bar or on the street? Nope. We're gonna make this magical for you. All right, so let's get more information. This is quite unique. Why is this union happening? Forgiveness. Okay. And love and light. Okay, so giving love and light. Act with care. Yeah, so I feel like I do get this is kind of like a test or something. For those of you who were lowballing yourself and were kind of not respecting your own wishes and what you would really like, or not surrendering to the universe completely and being like, hey, if you can this or better, like if you can do better, like it's all you, universe. If you weren't in that kind of mindset, it's kind of like forgiving yourself for not allowing yourself something better to come through. Yeah, I feel like it's inward. I'm like, are you forgiving the other person or something? No, it's not even a test or anything. It's just, I feel like there's this energy of holding on to something, holding on to an idea, or holding on to what you have known, or holding on to low expectations or something like that. And the universe is like, you'll never hold yourself to those low standards ever again. You know, surrender yourself. And I feel like you completely surrender yourself. Like sometimes we say it, but we don't actually mean it. When you say, it's like, I surrender myself to the universe, this or better. Not everyone always means it when they say it, right? I feel like you mean it. And the universe is like, yes, finally, we can step in now. We can pile six with something truly magical that they could have never, and I repeat, never have thought of. And so for them to give us free reign, yeah, we're gonna make this magical. We're gonna do this up. All right, so what was helping this union energy for you, and what's maybe not helping? Resilient. May your soul weather the storms. Oh my goodness. Yeah, I feel like you've been through it. Pile 6. I feel like you like too much. I feel like I don't know, I feel I'm getting like you're very beautiful, or you're very well spoken, you're very intelligent, you're very creative, you're very intuitive, you're very personable, you're very, I don't know, you're very everything, right? And for someone like you, continuously like getting the worst slice of the pie, like always getting low quality things, experiences, purchases, relationships, people, experiences. It's like something about not giving yourself enough credit. Maybe you do plenty of exercises where you're like, yeah, like I'm strong, I'm beautiful, I'm smart, I will succeed in this and that, blah blah blah. But it's like you couldn't fully believe it, or really let yourself be like, I deserve this kind of home, I deserve this kind of life, I deserve this kind of work, this kind of job, career, this kind of relationship, this kind of life, this kind of lifestyle, this kind of, I feel like you not underestimate yourself, but undervalue yourself. And which led to a lot of other people undervaluing you. And then I feel like you always got like, you're like, I don't know, like I'm getting like buying apples, and you're like, oh, okay, whatever, it has a dent in it, I'll take it, whatever, or I was like, okay, fine, I'll take the seat in the Uber that no one wants to take, or something like that. Like, I'll just make do with this broken appliance, or I'll just, I'll just deal with this friend that, keeps taking or is always negative. Like, I'll just take it. Like, whatever, I don't know anyone else here, just moved here, or something like that, like something where you're just like, I'll take it. And the universe is like, can you stop that? Can you just stop taking the first thing that comes in for you, thinking that's all you're gonna get and that's all you deserve, and you should take it before nothing else comes in? Can you leave it to the universe? Can you tell yourself you deserve better and prove it with your actions and your decisions? Okay, so what was not really helping, or what was helping? Engagement ring, higher commitment, eternity, partnership and union, completion. What's helping is that you did all the inner work. You did all the things. You did all the inner work. You took all the actions. You did everything to set yourself up for the highest and best divine love union. But I feel like you're still kind of like, oh, but I can settle. Oh, but I'll just, I can just stay here. I can just be in this kind of relationship. We can just have this kind of life. It's okay. It's fine. Okay and fine is all right. If I have the love of my life, mediocre is fine. No. You worked this hard for an incredible, once in a many lifetime kind of life and kind of love. Like, understand what this energy comes with. You've already done the hard work. You've already come into this energy. I feel like you have to, and it's made you strong. Don't get me wrong. Like, it had a purpose. Everything has a purpose. Even when you feel like you made the wrong mistake, well, it will help you with this. It'll help you get stronger. Help you get this. You know. So there was a good purpose. Like, it helped you become resilient, which is great for life. But in terms of what you deserve and the kind of love life you're going to receive and play out from now on, I feel like that's a little bit of you have to know you deserve this. You have to know that you did this. It might not look like it right now, and if you look around you, it's like, is this my life? Is this what my future is going to look like? No. You have to know, beautiful Pile 6. You have to know, Divine Soul, that you worked this hard for a reason, for the best of the best love, the best of the best life. You have this energy within you already. It's manifesting now. A union better than you imagined, than you think. All right, and so how is union happening? Pay attention to red flags. Know the warning signs of what an unhealthy connection looks like. And Cupid's arrow. Have faith. Love is coming. Surprise, initiation, or meeting hesitation. Okay, so surprise. It's going to happen in a surprise. And I feel like, pay attention to red flags. Oh, the universe is going to throw some people at you. They're going to throw you some curveballs just because this has been one of your specific obstacles to overcome in your life. One of your lessons to learn is to know what you deserve. You're in this energy of the most amazing kind of love you can have in human form, the most amazing kind of romantic relationship you could have in life ever, and the most amazing kind of life to accompany it. You're in that energy already. You hold it. It's secure. It's sustained. And Spirit wants to know you're not just going to throw it away for, any reason. So expect a lot of people to just kind of come through. Maybe some exes. Maybe some random strangers. Maybe some new people. But yeah, it's going to be a surprise when this person comes in. Let me see if I can get... Anchor. 35. Destination, grounded, work, goals. Yeah, I feel like Pile 6, like you're the one who did the work. And you got here. You did all the work and you're finally here. You finally got here. And so you've been on the journey. You're probably just kind of used to just driving, just being on the road, and just being on this journey of healing and learning and growing and expanding and evolving and blah, blah, blah. You're finally here, Twin Flame. You're here, and you got your person, you got your union, and it's coming in like now. It's basically here. But it's going to happen more amazing and more beautiful than you can imagine. All right, let's look at the energy of the connection right now. What's the energy of this connection? It's going to be someone new coming in, you never know. What's the feminine energy, the divine feminine energy? Sun. Paint the sun back in your sky. Yeah. Let the light in. Shine your light. I wonder if you remember what it was like to be positive more often than not. To be hopeful, to be happy more often than not, to be excited about the day, to be looking forward to things, to not sweat the small things, to find joy in the small things, have incredible big goals and dreams that are achievable, that you're working towards, and just what it's like to win. What it's like to be just having fun and to be like you did it. This is a really big one, so I don't know if you've accomplished something in your life akin to this ever. So this is really a big, big deal. But I feel like this is your time to shine. A lot of twin flames get jaded on the journey, you know, because it gets tough keeping your hopes up high, keeping your mind in a positive mindset, you know, or focusing on what you want rather than what you don't want. Keeping gratitude in your heart, and looking at life in a way of like, what can I do that's fun today? What can I do that can make me happy? What can I do to make someone else happy? What can I do to make the world a better place? Like, you know, being in that energy. It's been a minute for a lot of you, and it's like paint the sun back in your sky. Things are gonna start growing and quickly and expanding, and your happiness is gonna grow. Your life is gonna grow, and I feel like you're gonna remember what it's like to be in that energy again. It's gonna be sustained this time, and it's gonna be quite amazing, Divine Feminines. So Divine Feminines are shining bright, being who they truly are, and not letting anyone get in their way, like to dim their brightness, their shine. I feel like that's the kind of issue that a lot of light workers have, twin flames, starseeds, whatever you want to call it, where it's like you feel like you're asking for too much. You're like, oh well, this will be enough, you know. Well, it'll be great if we could just get to this place, or, you know, like if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, I'm okay. Or, you know, like what does everyone else want? Let me cater to everyone else first, you know. And it's like, no, this is your time to shine. You shine. Your creativity, your intuition, your passion, you want to work on your life. That's how you raise the energy of everyone around you in the collective energy. It's just focusing on your happiness and your high frequency, and see what magically creates from that energy. So Divine Feminines are getting into that energy, staying in that energy. What about the Divine Masculines? Spring. Your desires fully manifest as the flowers begin to bloom. Funny, I was just talking about like, yeah, you're just about to bloom and grow. So the Divine Masculines are also in that energy. It's like, yeah, you can have what you want. You can have what you desire. You know, you don't have to be attached to it. You don't have to be attached to your wants and desires in the physical realm and physical things and material things. But you can have those. You can have wants and desires. You can manifest them. There's nothing wrong with that. I think letting go of like wanting things is bad, or having too many things is bad, or having expensive things is bad, or having a lot of good people in your life, or having this incredible kind of love, like, oh, I don't want other people to feel bad, or I don't want to, you know, like thinking in that way is not good either, right? This is like number 6. It's the number of harmony. This is like the sweethearts, you know, the pure innocent souls who are like always looking out for other people, putting other people in front of, like, before them. It's like, no, the best way you can help people, the most people too, is doing you and shining so bright, not letting anything dim your light because you feel bad for someone, or because you don't know if someone will like that, or because you don't want to be the center of attention, or you don't like that much attention, or focus on yourself. It doesn't matter. You don't have to worry about that. Just focus on you and your life. Yeah, wow. See, this is why, you know, union is coming into this is coming into union, because the Divine Masculine and Divine Feminine energy are the same. That's how you know. I've been doing twin flame readings forever, and when both masculine and feminine energies are the same, that's when I know unions are happening. It's unions happening like literally within a week. Wow. Okay, so what is the current energy of the connection? Peace. But it's like kind of, it came in reverse, because it's kind of like, okay, you two have been maintaining that peace. You've proved it to yourself that you have come into peace with who you are. what your purpose is and what you want to do in this lifetime and what you deserve and all that. You've been sustaining that, and now you get to manifest it outwardly. It's manifesting. So you've probably been holding this for a little bit now. That's why it's manifesting into the physical, into the external now, which is amazing. And what energy is this connection putting out into the world? What is the energy of this connection putting out into the world, putting outwardly? Enlightenment, moving forward. I love this reading. Everything has been so on point. Okay, enlightenment, yeah. It's you two are at peace, you two are enlightened, you are in that high frequency state, you are highly connected to the divine, you're highly connected to your true authentic self, and therefore you're highly connecting to others on that same vibrational frequency as you, meaning your divine counterpart, and probably others, like soul family and soul friends and community and opportunities and things like that, work and people, places and things, homes, material things, like resources, everything is also probably aligning. But the strongest thing is you and your divine counterpart. You, yourself, the divine first, and then your divine counterpart, and maybe like one really good soul friend, platonic soul friend, or a few soul family members or something like that first, and then like more and more things that resonate on that high frequency that you're holding and maintaining, and literally broadcasting to the world, shining into the world. You're shining your light, and this is multiplying it. This union is multiplying it, which is why this is divinely orchestrated, and the universe wants this to happen, and is happy, and you're going to be very blissful and enjoy a really, really happy life together, especially from the union on right away. It's going to be a surprise, and it just anchors. It's just like, yeah, this is the destination. We're here. Now let's live our life that we've built, that took so long to build. Let's live it now. So really, really just shining that light, and that's all you got to do. That's all you got to do is just shine your light and live your life, your beautiful, awesome, peaceful, blissful, harmonious, happy life with your divine counterpart. That's it. I think you'll be amazed how much you two will create and manifest because of the incredible amount of high frequency energy that you two both hold, light and love energies. But it's amazing, and it starts now. It already started for you, Pile 6. So I hope this was just an echo of what you already know, a confirmation of what you've already know and felt. But I hope you enjoyed the reading. I hope you liked it. It's my great pleasure to channel these high frequency channel messages for our divine souls everywhere. I'm very humbled, and I'm truly grateful. And with that, if you like this reading, I really appreciate a comment. I wish you the most blissful, awesome union ever, and may it be filled with so much love and light. Much love and light to you, beautiful soul. Hi, beautiful Pile 7. With the reflection card, we're looking at when and how union is happening. And in the second part, we're going to look at the current energies and the connection. So let's get right into it. Is union happening? Reconsider. All right, and let's see if we can get a confirmation. Go. The time is right. All right. So for a reconsider, the message is, there's an element to your plan that should be reevaluated. Take some time to really go through your project or proposal thoroughly. Share your intentions with a trusted friend or advisor who can give you objective feedback. Ask your angels for guidance. This is not the moment to make the change in your life that you are considering. A better time will come, or you'll realize that you wish to go in a different kind of transformation for yourself. You'll choose a different transformation for yourself. And then the second card, Go, the time is right. The message is, when you receive this card, it is encouraging you to take action now. There is no time like the present. Seize the moment. All right, so there's some. This is the first conflicted message that came up for, is union happening? Reconsider is basically saying, like, hey, wait a minute, maybe you should reconsider what you're planning to do, and then go, the time is right, is like, this is the time to take matters into your own hands, go after what you want, take action, do the thing. So let's get more information by looking at when this is happening. When is this happening? The next couple of days, even sooner. It might be happening today, tomorrow. So this is something that's happening now, like literally around the time that you're watching this. So this is I'm getting this energy of like you're going back and forth of like, should I do something? Should I not do something? Should I do this thing, or should I take this other action? And you're kind of going over like, what should I do? What should I do? Like, should I ask my friends what I should do? Should I ask someone? Should I review? Should I hold off on these plans? Should I hold off on this action? Should I message them? Should I reach out? Should I, show up? Should I give them a gift? Should I say something or not? So it feels like the ball's in your court, and there must be some sort of time limit. Like maybe you have to give them back an answer, or you had to give them back a text or some things, or maybe you have big plans, like you're moving or you're switching jobs, or you're deciding something major in your life, and you would kind of like to know this before you move forward in your life in this other direction. Within the next few months, okay, so something is happening now and in the next few months. So I feel like things are transpiring as you watch this reading. It's like you're in the process of some sort of union. I feel like for this pile, you're the one who instigates union. Like, it's up to you. Like, Spirit's like, yeah, it's like you have the green light. You can go and make it happen whenever you're ready. It's probably something sooner rather than later, but you might want to reconsider how you go about it. Maybe talk it over with a friend, or wait on it for a couple of days and then see how you feel about how you're going to approach this. Make sure you're okay with whatever the outcome is, and you have plans for whatever way this goes, So, wow, I feel like the ball's in your court, and it's the Spirit's like, yeah, everything's set up. And you might want to reconsider how you go about it. Maybe you should rewrite the message, shorten it, get right to the point, or say what you actually mean, or whatever it is. Maybe this is the time to take a chance, or maybe this is the time not to take a chance, and maybe this is the time to take it like slowly, and take the first step, not take steps 1, 2, 3 to 9, 20. Like, maybe I'm going to hone it in a little bit. You should take action, and it should be heartfelt. It should be something that resonates with you. But I feel like it's like, turn it down a little bit, bring in the energies, like maybe do it more subtly, or if you were going to do something more like plain and basic, maybe you should add a little bit more heart into it, or maybe it's like however you're thinking about taking action. Spirit's like, yeah, taking action, that's the right part. Your intuition is right about that. But how you take action, it might need to be revised. So if your response is a little bit more tame, you might want to be more bold with your emotions and express yourself and your creativity and how you express it and what you express. If you're thinking about taking like a very big action, maybe you want to, tone it down a little bit and make it a small action. If you're trying to like blurt everything out, maybe you might want to revise your message and make it more simple and straightforward, but still like with a heart. If you're about to just make like a small action, maybe Spirit saying like maybe it's time to go a little bit more bold this time. So whatever you were planning, Spirit's like kind of go the other way, or revise it somehow. Or if you're not sure run it by someone. And if you don't want to run it by someone you know, run it by someone online that's part of this community. All right, so why is this happening? Yeah, let's get more information, because this is a lot. Yeah. With the reflection card here with a swan, I feel like you've taken time to consider like if this is the right thing to do, and I feel like you've come to the conclusion that yes, it is worth taking a shot. It's worth taking action. It feels right, but I feel like you might want to kind of fix up how you approach it, your action. If you want to take an action right away, maybe you should hold off for a little bit. If you're thinking about holding off, maybe you should make a more spontaneous gesture or offer. Romance. Yeah, romance is the name of the game I'm getting. So the reason is Spirit wants you to be more romantic. And kind of see if the way that you're approaching this is how you would like to be approached if the shoe was on the other foot. Like if, it's just, if you're just saying one line and it doesn't feel like there's any emotion there, should you really tell this person how you feel and really tell them the best you can with how you can express it. Use the metaphors that resonate with you in your life. If you're an outdoorsy person, use nature. If you're an artsy person, maybe you can make something. If you're not really good with your words, maybe you can show them with some sort of, if someone's like very like logical, like a game plan or a schedule, or like some sort of like, figuring out, planning a trip, or doing the like logistics of how you two will be able to see each other or figure out the next steps and stuff like that. Using who you are, your sense of expression and your creative sense of expression to be romantic. And don't try to do the thing that like you think other people would like, or that you've seen other people do, unless it resonates with you. And also, don't go overboard. If you're the kind of person who always like is chasing and going overboard and saying too much, maybe reel it in. But if you're someone who doesn't say enough and it's very clear and ambiguous what you might say, or might come off that way to people, like maybe be more clear, concise, and follow it up. Maybe a small gift or a little phone call, or invite out to a date or some other thing. For some of you, you're taking the first step. As for others, you're responding to someone's offer. So Spirit's like, it matters. It matters how you handle this. Okay. Why? Light codes. Travel awaits you. Okay. It's go time. Yeah, okay. So I'm getting... It's like be honest with yourself, kind of. It's like, what do you really want? And if you can tell that person what you actually want and how you actually feel and what your actual true thoughts are about the connection, and you're okay with if they don't accept it, or if they don't like it, or if they don't agree with it, or if they don't want that or want some of it, and if you're totally okay with that, because like this is like who you want and this is what you want and what you think is best for the connection, then I feel like it's gonna move really quickly. Things are gonna move really quickly. Okay, so what's helping in this connection and what's not really helping? I'm trying to get more and more information, but as this reading goes along, I promise I'll get a more finite answer. Bliss. Okay, you may feel deeply and transcend. Okay, so this is the thing. So you might be feeling very, very connected to this person. You might feel like you're walking on air, walking on a cloud, like you're on cloud nine, super happy, very blissed out. You're like, this is my person. I'm about to do this amazing thing. Or I can't believe they asked me, or I can't believe this is happening, and that we're moving this forward. So Spirit's like, you might be in the process of union right now. They might have already asked you. You might have already met this person, or you're just connecting in the physical. You're just starting to talk to each other. You're just starting to meet each other, get to know each other, go on dates with each other, figure things out. So Spirit's like, really like, slow down, take a minute, do things properly, don't freak out. You can be blissed out, but kind of still keep your head about this. So that's what's happening. So you're in the process of union right now. Wow. Okay, because I was like, what is this? And I'm like, is this union? Is this union happening or not? Like, what's happening? And then it's like travel awaits you. It's like things are going to move pretty quickly. Romance is in the air. And so that's what it is. It's like, when things are going so good and you just don't want to mess it up, that's what it is. Spirit's like, things are going good. It's not likely to mess up, but it's worth considering, doing this properly in the right way, and not in a way that you might not look back at fondly in the future, Yeah, you want to do this the right way. What is helping or not helping? Sword and Rose. Clarity and truth, revelations, honor and protection, determination. Yeah. So your determination has paid off. You're in the process of union now. You found the person who mirrors you. And the only thing is you just got to get through the night. You just got to get through this beginning stages. And it's very beautiful and it's very romantic. And you're just watching what you say and you're like analyzing everything. And Spirit's like, yeah. If you're over analyzing everything, like, just go with the flow. And if you're usually someone who just kind of answers things on a whim, maybe you want to take a little bit more time answering things. But most important is be yourself and be truthful and clear. It's not a good time to be ambiguous or trying to kind of like, when you're trying to figure out what someone wants and you're like, oh, I don't really know what they want, so I'm going to keep my answers kind of like, yeah, I'm okay with this, but I'm okay if we do this too. Like, no, be clear. Like, yeah, I really much rather do this, actually what I was planning, but, if it goes this way, I'm open to seeing what happens, but, I would like to know if you also want to aim this way, and set that as our goal, our destination, but whatever may come. Like, be very, very upfront, whether you know what you want or you're not too sure, or you kind of do know what you want, but you're okay with however it goes or whatever it is. Like, being very, very clear about that as much as you can be, even if it's like, I don't know. And truthful, being yourself, being honest and being truthful. And not, I feel like this is hard to mess up, because like, I feel like Spirit's like, yeah, within the next couple of days into the next few months, like, things are going to be moving pretty quickly. You're in the process of physical new union already, and you're getting to know this person or know them better at this time, or moving into the next deeper state of physical union. And this connection is protected. It's very honorable, I'm getting. Yeah, you're both kind of very, I'm getting like, don't want to make the other person feel bad or feel too anxious or too nervous or too pressured or anything. And so it's a dance. There's a dance happening between the two of you, and it's very beautiful. A swan dance. Okay, so how is union happening? Letting go. If someone leaves you confused more than comforted, you need to reassess their access to you. Yeah, that's the main point. Don't leave them confused. Um, there's like no mind games here. Like there's no point in playing mind games. Like being really straightforward, honest, truthful, being yourself, letting your personality shine, expressing yourself how you truly are. Which is hard when you're like first getting to know someone or getting to know someone again. Like you try to be a little bit more, sit up more straight, and you might be a little flustered just because you're in the presence of someone you really like. But it's being as clear as possible and not making sure that the person isn't confused, and being comfortable, making sure they're comfortable, making sure you're comfortable is the best that you can do. So that's how Spirit is saying this union is going. Just by letting go of how you would handle this in the past, how you would handle a union or meeting someone that you like for the first time, or someone you've liked for a long time again, like letting go of how you would normally act and trying to be more yourself than you've ever been in a situation like this. So how is union happening? Healthy choices. Making healthy choices in love and in life, self-love, self-care, being happier. Yeah, I definitely get that feeling of, yeah, everything that I mentioned is exactly that. Just doing things the right way, which is something that comes from your heart, something that is true to who you are, something that you won't really regret later. And I'm not talking about like, oh, I wish I said this instead of that. Like, oh, why did I say this? Not that. I mean, like, not trying to be someone you're not trying to play a game with them, not try to come off like, oh, you're too cool to be straightforward and approach this connection in the way that you would like your partner to approach it as well. Not going back on what you promised yourself, and no second guessing your moves, just being who you are and really letting yourself shine and being okay with like, hey, if that's not their cup of tea, that's fine. Like there's nothing wrong with that, but also not divulging all your dirty little secrets, all the skeletons in your closet on the first date or the first moments that you've met each other. In fact, everyone's allowed secrets. You don't have to tell everyone your secrets, the things that you would need your partner to know because you would like to know if your partner had this in your past, or these ambitions or goals. That stuff, yeah, and in due time, and maybe some of the stuff like that you discuss in the first date, like what you would like in a connection, what you want in the future for yourself. But the heavy stuff and the dark things and the unfavorable things can come up when it's natural, when it organically comes up, and maybe not all at once, just a little bit at a time. And the same thing of all your positive traits and all the good things about you, and every little detail is just, not understanding that there's time, and it's the vibe. It's kind of just based on several questions. It's like how you answer them, how you listen to the other person, how they respond, how you respond, and how you kind of jive in a conversation. That's the indicator, right? That there's more good conversations to come, and there's time to get to know each other. But I do feel like Spirit's like, please don't act like a fool like you usually do, or something like that. Oh, please don't act like a player, or please don't act like you don't care, or give this care and attention You know, even if you're not sure about this person at first glance or first date, like give them a chance. You know, it takes a few days, it takes several days to get to kind of really know someone. So it's like give them a chance and allow them to give you a chance, give yourself a chance, and let it unfold naturally, and be yourself. They'll match your energy basically. All right, so the second part of this reading, let's look at the current energy in this connection. We'll start with the divine feminine energy. Red, forgive. Interesting. I do feel like there needs to be some sort of forgiveness of anything that you feel like is a mistake. So, and the divine feminine is kind of like trying to forgive herself for any little like oopsie that she might think she made, which is, it's really cute, but it's kind of like she's learning to be okay with her imperfections, especially when it comes to dating, because there's a lot of stress put on people to be perfect on the first date and to always say the right things and to come off like you're the perfect person, like anyone is, right? And so I feel like the divine feminine is noticing that, like, hey, if I were in their shoes and I said this or I had that in my past, like, would I want them to judge me, or would I want them to dismiss me because of that? Or how would I want, if they're being vulnerable, like how would I want someone to respond to me if I was being vulnerable, like, with them like that? Holding space for them, and in the same charge, like as the divine feminine is allowing for the masculine to be imperfect and make mistakes and be a little off or a little tired or be a little goofy or a little bit insecure or a little bit this and that, the divine feminine is also allowing herself to be more of herself and, not being perfect either. And then that's fine. And what about the divine masculine? What is the energy that the divine masculine is in? Birthday. A significant birthday holds the answers to your question. It's interesting. So I'm getting there's a significant event coming up. And they're trying to figure out how to approach it. Maybe you two just met and it's like your birthday coming up and they're like, oh, I don't know how to approach this. Like, obviously I want to do something nice, but what's too much? What's saying like I like you without being like extra? And so they're going through the same thing in their minds where it's like, oh, like how do I be myself and express how I like them so far without being like too much? Like, what if like being too much is how I want to be, or something of that sort. Or maybe there's like a trip coming up. We've got that travel card. Maybe they were planning to go on a trip, but then they met you and they're like, is it too soon to invite Pile 7 on this trip? It's like on this vacation. It's like I don't know. I don't want them to be offended. So you can see that this energy is in both the masculine and feminine energies, both people in this connection. That's when the union is here, because both people are in similar energies, are mirroring like the same things in each other. I got fan, romance, celebration, party. Okay, wow. So I feel like your person is in a very celebratory mood and wants to hang out with you more often than not. They want to celebrate the small wins and the big wins. If you have an event coming up, they want to be a part of it. Like what's the use of not enjoying this together? Like, come what may, let's party, let's celebrate, let's be romantic. We saw that romance card, romance again. So yeah, this is very blissful. So it does feel like there's good energies. Like you both are kind of like blissed out and happy. And things are happening very honorable, but I feel like you don't want to step on each other's toes. You just want to make sure that the other person isn't uncomfortable. If someone makes like awkward things, like you don't make a big deal out of it. It's like you're trying to make the other person feel as comfortable as possible. There isn't too much awkwardness except the normal amount when you are around someone you really, really like. And both of you are feeling that. So both of you are kind of like noticing these cute little things. It's cute to both of you, but it's embarrassing as hell to yourself, But you're learning to forgive yourself because they poke fun at themselves if they do something awkward, and you're learning to do that too. And so the Divine Feminine is like in that mood, and the Divine Masculine is bringing this energy of like, who cares? Let's have fun. Let's enjoy this time. And the Divine Feminine is adopting that too. So you can see that both of these energies are both like kind of like nervous, but at the same time, like, I'm having so much fun. Let's keep the good times rolling, the good vibes rolling. All right, so what's the energy of the connection right now? Will. Yeah, we got determination and will. And like this is up to you. This is up to both of you to kind of make this happen. And it seems like both of you are putting in the work and this choosing to move forward with this every time, every day. And so, at the end of every date and every day, both of you could be like, oh, you know what, this might seem like too much work, or like, here's one red flag. I don't know if that's a real one or not. Like, I don't know if I should like look into that. I don't know if I should just call it quits, or I don't know. Like, you could doubt yourself. You can doubt this connection. You can call it quits. You can, feel like you're not ready or something like that, but you are. Beautiful Pile 7, and so is your person. And so both of you are choosing to move forward with this connection. The beautiful part here is both of you are willing to show each other that, like, yeah, you mean something to me. Like, I like this. This is something special. This is who I really am. I'm showing you who I really am. And you both can probably see that, like, around other people, you act a little bit different, you're more yourself with each other, or that you're exactly the same as you are with other people to each other, which is a really significant thing, that like, oh, you are okay being yourself with this person. Like, they notice, you notice. And that you're willing to put in the energy, effort, and work and take action. Like, if they didn't text you for a couple of days, you're not just like waiting until they text you. You text them first, you text them back first or something. And so there's like effort on both parts showing that, like, hey, this is a real thing. Like, I'm making moves in the way that I think is appropriate to do so at this time. So it's this real showing effort that both of you are interested and willing to put work into this and discover each other, learn each other, and work towards something. Wow, this is happening. Pile 7, reunion is happening for you. Okay, so what is the energy of this connection that is put outward? The energy of this connection, how does it look outward? Space, and in reverse. So I feel like there's a energy of it's like this is an all-encompassing kind of love and union, right? And it can easily take over everything. And so you're both, it's like this connection is already strong and it exists and it's beautiful. And you're just carving out time for yourself and other things. But the main thing is this love and light that is flowing so beautifully between the two of you. It takes center stage. It's the main thing going on in both of your lives. And it's like, very obvious that like this is your life right now, and then everything else is things you carve time out for to give each other space. So it's not so overwhelming and extra and too much. And you both want to do it the right way, you know, and how you've always wanted to handle a really strong connection like this, and also and be yourself, very very much be yourself. Oh wow. All right, and then lastly, how does spirit see this connection? The comic. Oh, funny. All right. All right, so there's several messages for the comic. The first one is the comic has plenty of shade to throw on others, and it can fall into the shadow at the drop of a hat. Beware of their sharp claws. So I do feel like that energy of like, you know, learning not to be judgmental towards yourself and to others, and to hold space. And I feel like this is a lesson already learned, but now you get to really, really experience it and let it shine of how you've overcome this this holding back of who you truly are. So the fear of being judged, or judging others too harshly or too quickly. Letting other people make mistakes, learn and grow, not telling people what to do, asking questions, listening, you know, all those kinds of traits that like go unseen, or I feel like people who just care about themselves talk over the other person, just wants to share their life, and you know, only in it for the one thing. This is a different kind of connection. It's very very deep and very very profound, and both of you notice it right away, the way that you're handling this. And that's why at first it's kind of like new territory, or it feels different than how you've approached relationships in the past, physical unions in the past. So it's a bit of, it's not a learning curve, because I feel like you embody this energy, and so do they. It's just kind of like, you know, when you're in an experience and you're like aware of it, and you're like like you're noticing things, and it's like, it's kind of like that. It's like you're noticing these things that are different in this connection than in past connections, and you're happy about it, but it's like, it's just like being aware. And it's like, I don't know, the first time you've experienced this or that in a physical union, and you're taking note, and that's why it's a little bit different, and it's kind of like unusual, and you're like, it's like the connection is stuttering a little bit, but it's only because you both are kind of taking it in so beautifully and profoundly. All right, the other message of the comic is joy, jokes, and smiles are signs of a happy heart. Be wary of spiritual practices or teachers who leave the comic by the wayside. Yeah, I've always noticed about, like, wondered about that. Like, there are some really popular tarot card readers out there, and they're just so very serious, and you know, they hold themselves to a very professional standard, and the way that they present is very very like professional, and they're always very serious in the way they present, and they have really beautiful messages. And I always appreciated that, and I'm like, oh, maybe I should be a little bit more like that in my readings. But I often find such beautiful messages that come through that make me feel, and they make me feel overjoyed with love, or it warms my heart, or gets me choked up sometimes, or some things are just so funny, and it's just like kind of lighthearted. And like, you know, I talk to people from all walks of life, from all around the world, and so like, you know, it's just fun to kind of mix in the different personalities I have and different ways that I am. But I understand that's not like I understand like some people like their tarot card readers to be like them, or to behave in a certain way. Like sometimes it's just like they're funny all the time, and it's like, oh, like, can't you be a real person where you're this sometimes and that other times? Like sometimes you do a more serious sad reading, and sometimes you do a more happy-go-lucky reading, and sometimes the reading that's supposed to be serious ends up being more funny and lighthearted, and the funny lighthearted ones turn to be more serious. It's like, I don't understand why that's not a thing. Maybe it is for some readers that I just not aware of. Okay, but yeah, it's important. Whatever kind of work you do, life is meant to be taken not so seriously. It's supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be enjoyed. You're supposed to enjoy the ride, whatever happens, the roller coaster of this life. And we sometimes forget about that when things get a little bit heavy or too serious. It's kind of like the best things to do when things get too heavy or too serious is to crack a joke or smile or sing or dance despite what's going on around you, right? Okay, the last message of the comic. The comic carries a remedy for all that ails the world. Yeah, basically. Amid the deepest pain and suffering, there's always the potential to lift up and out of the darkness through laughter. Though dismissed by some as lowbrow or unsophisticated, this archetype actually has a highly advanced mind. Some may use the word genius, as humor requires one to see the situation from afar rather than to be swept away by the drama. The comic sees and accepts the messiness of life, using it as material to be mixed and shaped into a potion to soothe the stressed and serious mind. They literally lightened us up. Thus, within the comic is usually the sage or the magician, working healing magic upon any audience who will lend an ear. The comic may be the archetype that heals the deep division in our world, one pun at a time. Yeah, I'm getting this person may be very, very smart, very, very funny, and has really, really good energy, really easygoing. I feel like both of you had energies in the past where people were maybe sarcastic or too harsh or drunk or too serious all the time or stressed all the time or something like that. And so I feel like this is a really, really good energy where you can see that they want to be celebrating, having fun, bringing romance in. You're bringing romance in. This blissful energies. Both of you are honoring each other. If someone is saying something serious, you approach it, you respond with seriousness. If things are getting too heavy and they crack a joke, it's like, oh, they're trying to lighten the mood. Oh, that's great, that's funny. And it's so important. I feel like the two of you have the same sense of humor, which is so magical. When you get someone that you can just laugh and laugh and laugh with, no matter what's going on, whether you're having a silly moment, and a joyous fun date or weekend or vacation or whatever, or if things are getting a little bit tough and serious, you can rely on your partner to have some fun. I feel like that's the energy, that's exactly the energy that we picked up on. It's like, yeah, when little things, like there might be little mistakes, you made a reservation at this place and they overbooked or something, or they didn't something was amiss, and it's like, oh, you know what? Let's walk down the street and see where we come across. Like, you end up having like burgers at a shack outside, and it's like the most fun date that you two ever had. Like, it's like just kind of like that energy of like when things get down or things go awry, like there's someone to kind of be there with you, make light of it, bring your frequency and vibes back. To a good place and use another opportunity to be funny or to do something spontaneous or do something fun, make it a fun thing, if there's an event that was like kind of like you're dreading or something, they're like, oh yeah, well, you know what, let's make it a thing, let's make it a celebration of the end of that event you have to go to, and something something cute, something very, very, the two of you, I feel there's a ton of inside jokes and you two will be just like in very, very good spirits for your union, which is happening now. So Pile 7, congratulations to you. I'm very happy. I'd love to hear about it in the comments if you'd like to share and if this resonated. It has been my honor to channel these high frequency messages for divine souls everywhere. And with that, I want to say congratulations yet again. May your union energies be so blissful, happy, easy, and so beautiful and so fun, and leads to a beautiful, magical life together. So with that, I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day, and I wish you much love and light. Hi, beautiful pile 8 with the Cosmic Child card. We're looking at when and how union is happening. And in the second part, we're going to go over the energies and the connection right now. So let's get right into it. Is union happening? Don't stop. Okay. All right. We won't stop. Let's keep this energy going. What's confirmation here? Listen to your intuition. Okay. Wow. All right. So something is happening. Something is unfolding for you magically right now, and Spirit's like, keep going. I feel like there's like a divine union happening with you and like the cosmos and, you know, source energy with the universe. It's like something is happening right now. I'm getting this, like I'm like I'm expanding my heart chakra energy, and it feels like something is, your energy is growing and expanding. You're connecting to like high frequency energies and beings and things and ideas and opportunities and manifestations right now. So it's first like, just keep going, pile 8. All right, let's get some more information. When is this union happening? Time is frozen. Whoa, this is wild. Okay, so something is happening. I feel like this is a very precious time in your life right now, and in your love life too. There's something is happening. Okay, I feel like the time is frozen card was in reverse, so I do feel like you may have been kind of blocked, or feel like you've been blocked from a lot of things in your life for a long time. You might have been felt like you were held back, or things never just really fell into place, or like you moved ahead a little bit here, a little bit there, a little bit of time here and there through all these cycles, but it just feels like you've been completely unblocked, and it feels like you're getting the go-ahead from the universe, like this is your time to shine, this is your time to step forward, this is your time to live your fullest, best, and highest life. What is going on? So when is this happening? Within the next 2 weeks. Oh my goodness. So I feel like so much is going to be unraveling and happening now. Like it's happening now for you, pile 8. And I feel like before even love union is considered, we're talking about your union with your higher self, with your spirit guide, spirit team, with the universe, with source energy, with that higher power, with God themselves. Like something is happening. Like you're expanding your energy is like so much. Like 10 times, tenfold, 10,000 times. Like it's like really, whew, I'm getting this energy of like, you're going to see things change really rapidly in the next few weeks. Spirit's like, and then we can talk about love union. But right now, you're having union with us. You're having union with all that is. Whoa. Okay, let's get some more information, because this is definitely very unique. Why is this type of union happening? Get more information. Okay, so I believe this is Archangel Metatron. I'm getting this energy of you're connecting to a lot of wisdom and information. So you may be connecting with your ancestors. You may be connecting to the Akashic records. You may be connecting to past life wisdom, even future life wisdom. Even you might be having access to all the information you have acquired in this lifetime that you may have recorded, your brain has recorded, but you aren't able to access. Like that movie Limitless. I feel like you're connecting to a lot of high frequency beings, and getting a lot of download that way too. You might even be having, for some of you, first contact with like ETs or angelic beings or something. Whoa. I had a feeling this pile was going to be very highly spiritual, but I did not know this was going to happen. Okay, let's continue. So why is this union happening? Third eye vision, reclaim your mind. Okay, so I believe you're turning on your manifestation abilities so strongly that you're gonna need to have absolute control over your mind. So what I'm getting is, and I got this in previous readings, but some light workers, twin flames, star seeds, way showers, light bearers, spiritual warriors, spiritual teachers, leaders, whatever you want to call yourself, highly spiritual folks, energy sensitive, psychic, whatever. They're leading this awakening, right? But I've even predicted like for the 144,000, whatever the actual number is, that's the representation that a lot of people use, right? 144, to represent like those that are kind of leading this charge, this awakening. I've always predicted that there's a group amongst the 144, or it's the 144 themselves, that are going to have even more advanced abilities and psychic abilities and physical power, and be more connected to the divine than some others, because they're going to have to be the leaders. They're going to have to like teach and help a lot of the collective, and so their energy is going to be through the roof. They're going to, I always said that they're going to be more angelic. They're going to be like statuesque in the way that they present themselves, because they're first of all, they're constantly connected to the divine, but it's very rare that we get someone on this planet that is connected to energy in that way and can still exist in a physical form. And the people that have done that in the past are like deities, gods, goddesses, saints, and lords, whatever. That's what we call them, right? Because they're able to hold that much light and love here. So I'm getting Gabriel. Archangel Gabriel is also here. Wow, it's been a minute since archangels have come through in a reading. So I'm getting very strongly that you're receiving like huge amounts of downloads. You're getting contacted by high frequency beings, benevolent beings. You're getting a lot of visions, a lot of dreams, a lot of ideas. You're getting a lot of information. So Spirit's kind of just like focus on that. Just focus on all the stuff happening. You might be getting more abilities online, or becoming more aware of certain abilities, and certain existences. I don't know what that means. But yeah, you're getting a lot of things coming online. You might be even astral traveling. There's a lot of things going on. Wow. Okay, so let's see what's helping your union and what might be not helping. Free. May your soul sing freely. Yeah, I do feel like, although you might be entering a chapter of your life, a part of your life where you're going to be kind of this beautiful saint-like, statuesque, angelic being glowing from the inside out. Looks like you have a halo around your head. Seems like you can do magical things, and maybe very stoic, or seemingly stoic, because you might not say that much, or when you say something, it's so super powerful and put together and informational and even healing, and just your voice and the way you say it. Magical, creative, a masterpiece in just how you say a short sentence. It's very divine, profound, and to the point, but also in your mind, you're like so free. you're like flying. I'm seeing this image of like you're in your mind, you're flying, you can see everything, you're connecting different things. It's like fun for you. It's like you're literally surfing the cosmic waves in your mind. Holy. Okay. All right, and what else is you're broke free from an addiction. Emotional block. There's a block. Yeah, see, I kept saying there was a block. There was a block. I got this. What I'm getting is I did a reading not too long ago, but it's kind of like this, like certain light workers are gonna get unblocked in a way where they were being blocked. So for the purpose of waiting for the collective to start their awakening or something like that, like it's like you were ready to kind of move into the next thing, but you were kind of not being blocked, but kind of frozen. Yeah, it's frozen. Feeling like you're not moving forward, feeling like you have all this information, you're ready to go, you want to do these projects, you want to do have these experiences, do these things in life, make moves in your connections and your goals and everything. But it felt like you were just kind of being held somewhere. But yeah, wow, definitely. It feels like you're being unblocked, completely unblocked. And I don't think you this is it's hard to put into words, but this is so different than what you might think it means. It's like completely having no wall between you and the divine. Direct access, connection at all times. Literally just surfing the cosmic waves whenever you want. Wow. So I might argue that's a little bit more important than romantic love union at this time. This is way, way bigger. But this is you're having union, but it's like it's like to the millionth power. You know, it's like directly to the divine and all that is and never was or never will be kind of thing. It's like you're getting that union, you know. Yeah, it's reverse. But yeah, emotional block. That's so funny. Okay, so how is this union happening? Yeah, I am so curious to know. How is this union happening? Twin flame. Yeah. You know. This person is your mirror soul. This is why this connection feels so sacred to you. So I do believe that you do come into union with your twin flame around this time as well. You might have this union with the divine together. You might have it before you have physical union with them. You might have it a little bit after you have physical union with them. But it does seem like it's happening all simultaneously around the same time. Wow. Soulmates. Are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Soul connection, partnership, agreement, soul contract. Are you kidding me? It's so warm in here and I'm getting goosebumps like all over my body. Like this is, wow. This whole reading, everything has been so super synchronistic. I'm so glad because I poured my heart and soul into this reading. But this is it. Beautiful pile 8. This is how you know, like you're ready for it. But like, there's this idea that came to me the other day, and it's not mine. I've heard it's from someone else, but it was like someone else's manifestation technique where they're like, if you want to like own a private jet, for example, you have to visualize yourself owning like everything. Like you own this whole city and all the airports and all the airplanes in that entire city, and then you'll manifest that airplane jet, right? But to hold that kind of energy where you believe that you own the entire city is very difficult to do, right? But it's kind of that like idea that like in order to get like this much, you have to imagine yourself with that much, you know? So I'm getting this kind of connection where it's like, you know, you're having this connection to the divine and it's so profound and so big and so grand. And the way that it manifests in the physical is twin flame union, ultimate soulmate, divine counterpart union, right? So that's why Spirit's like, yeah, just keep going. You're like, you're there. Wow. Okay, so let's look into the energy of this connection right now. So what is the divine feminine energy right now? And by the way, we all have divine feminine and divine masculine energy, so it's kind of like this could be both you, both them, a little bit more of this, a little bit more of that, mostly this, it doesn't matter. However it splits, it doesn't really matter, but this is the energy. Tower, unplug and relax for a spell. And it came out in reverse. So oh my goodness, wow. So the Tower in reverse for me has always meant an auspicious, miraculous, divinely planned event that you could have never pictured happening. It's spontaneous, it's a surprise, it's beautiful, it's divine, and it feels like a miracle when it's happening, right? Wow, so the divine feminines are in this energy currently for this pile where they're just kind of, things are magically happening around you, like little miracles, some big ones, and you're just going to see that happen in the next few weeks, just miraculous, positive, grand miracles happening left and right, small ones leading up to big ones, medium ones mixed in there, just all of it, just in surprising ways in the next few weeks. Wow. And what about for the divine masculine? What's the energy of the divine masculine? New career. Wow. Your work focus is shifting in a positive, new, and successful direction. And I am getting definitely like soul mission energy. So I feel like the divine masculine energy here is stepping into their purpose in life. And you can see with this like energy of like you're connecting to the divine and you're like connecting to all that is, like obviously you're gonna be like, all right, this is my role in this lifetime, this is what I'm meant to do, this is how I'm supposed to help, be in service to others and help the world, and this is also what I'm going to be focusing on or majoring in or zoning in on or focusing on and really expanding and going as far as I can in, kind of expanding, figuring out how the different aspects of this line of work or this field or this area. Wow. And so you can see in both the divine masculine and feminine for both people, there's new purpose coming into your life. So you might see a lot of changes in your career and what you do for work, what your daily schedule, your daily routines are like, your daily responsibilities, the people that you connect with, the place that you live, the things that you do, the things that you focus on, the things that you work towards. And yeah, love. Obviously love too. Okay, so and then what's the energy in this connection right now? Sovereignty, yeah. Wow. Definitely coming into your power. I feel like it's a rebirth. Like I feel like you're reincarnating in the same body, in the same lifetime, but as like with a bigger part of your soul, embodying a bigger part of your soul. We would call this going into your 5D body, right? Like, whoa. And that's the kind of image I got, kind of like being this kind of more like saint like figure, and just like your demeanor and your behavior and your personality and your like how you come off to others. Okay, and then what is the energy that this connection is putting outward into the world right now? How do others see you? Rebirth. Are you kidding me? Rebirth. I literally just said that. Oh wow, giving yourself a second I literally, oh my god. Holy. Wow. Rebirth. Yeah, giving yourself a second chance. Incredible. Okay, yeah. It really does feel like you're incorporating more of your higher self, more of your soul, and into your spirit, into this physical body vessel. And you're also connecting more to what's out there because you're connecting more to your soul and to spirit. It's wow. Yeah, it might be a good idea to kind of just like chill out for a little while and like let your body just kind of do its thing. This is something I talked about that like I've known for a long time that like twin flames, divine counterparts, just light workers are going to come into union with their divine counterpart and probably go through these physical changes together. Because you can understand each other, support each other, maybe with a platonic soulmate or a few soul family members, being in physical contact, physical union, and being physically around each other. And like most divine counterparts are going to be moving in together immediately if you're not already there. So that's the thing. I'm going to pull an extra card for this cross. Wow. So I feel like, yeah, with that angel theme and like the saint-like being I mentioned, it's actually the last card of this oracle deck. She talks about destiny and duty and religion, of course. And I'm not gonna like relate it to just Christianity. I do believe that a lot of people in the Christian faith, and a lot of the spirituality that we talk about in the western side, in the West, is mostly related to Christianity because it's the dominant religion here. But it's in all religions, and you can see that there's some sort of holy war going on. It's always been, but yeah, all religions over the world, all spiritual people, and however you believe in a higher power, whatever your faith is, there's definitely some big things happening right now. And I do feel like Pile 8, you're stepping into your divine purpose at this time with your partner. Okay, and then last but not least, the last card. How does Spirit see this connection? We got the Siren. Okay. All right, so there's a few messages from the Siren card. The first is the other iterations of the Siren archetype include the nymph, the mermaid, the fairy. They often come in sets of 3 as a trinity of temptation. And we saw that like the addiction card, like temptation, emotional block. So you may have actually kind of released yourself, freed yourself from a lot of temptations of your previous life, of your 3D life, of the physical life, whatever you want to call it, that have been kind of holding you back. And Spirit's like, we see you. The universe like, we see you. We're gonna, we help those that help themselves, and we see that you've done that. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm getting that you might have committed to 3 different disciplines at this time. So you might have, like, for example, cut something out of your diet, or promise yourself to kind of work out, do this, or cut this person out of your life, or like stick by some sort of boundaries with people, or only do work that when it feels right, or it resonates with you. Taking care of yourself when you need to, even above others if that's necessary. Yeah, I'm getting 3 things that are very tempting and that you pushed ahead and conquered them, or have been recently. Yeah, because I'm getting like whatever this is, it's like a spiritual thing. So it's something that you did in order to become more spiritual or more connected or more pure in energy or lighter in energy, in order to connect more to spirit and to be more spiritual or to be more psychic or to strengthen your intuition at this time. Which, if you know, like around this time that I post this, like it's go time basically for light workers. It's like, yeah, it's time to kind of get your body ready, you know, do what you need to do to connect and be cleaner and get ready for this amazing transformation that's happening on the planet through energies right now. Okay, the second message is embodying the siren archetype requires that we explore things that are taboo. The siren laughs at conventions and constraints. She eats rules. So I'm getting that there's definitely like a sensual side to this. And so I feel like as deep as you go spiritually reflects how deep you can go physically. So I would not be surprised if there is like a very deep soul bonded sensual intimacy and connection with your twin flame immediately right off the bat. Both of you are like, yeah, this is so deep, this is so real, we have to move forward with this right away. It might be like you just spend time with each other, like even being intimate, like you might just be in the bed, like looking at each other deep into each other's eyes and holding each other's like arms or body parts and just deeply looking into each eyes. And you can just do that for such a long time because the intimacy and the bond there is so strong. Even like spending time with each other, like you can't spend time far away from each other that often, or when you do, you connect with each other, but you're truly honest with each other, and you can just like be in the same room and be doing other things that you're really passionate about and not be afraid to do in front of your partner, or even just not even speak to each other, but just be doing things that you're really passionate about and showing each other that passion, and that energy of just like just like the smallest physical movements or offers of appreciation or action towards each other. It's a very big deal, and you can read into each other and read into each other's actions and words like very, very easily. It's almost like you're telepathic right away. That's this union. Wow. Okay, before I read the last message, do I want to read the last message? I want to pull one more card to see when union is going to be happening, because we got 3 weeks. Within 3 weeks, a lot of things are going to change, but like, okay, I got a cycle and within a few years, but that doesn't make sense to me. And next year looks promising. So within the next year, within the next year or two, what's going on until then? You have been manifesting this relationship. Everything you want will soon be yours. So it feels like things are happening. Yeah, I'm not getting anything too specific. Love of a lifetime and casual love interest. Okay, so it feels like for a while you two just kind of play the part of a casual love interest. So I'm getting for a year or 2.5 at most. I feel like you two kind of play the role of just like boyfriend, girlfriend, or just fiance, just in a relationship, just casual. Okay, what I'm getting is, I remember saying that, when you two come together, it's so deep and profound that the two of you can kind of just go into doing like spiritual things and crazy, unique things in your life. But I feel like the two of you want to experience some things that you've always wanted to experience in a physical relationship, and maybe in the 3D or things that you expected in the 5D, and you just kind of want to experience it. And so the two of you kind of do really typical coupley things that you've always wanted to do with the person you're like with forever. So that's why I'm getting like, yeah, for like 1 to 3 years, you kind of just do that because you both want to. All right, because then after that, it's like you two can go to the stars. Like literally, you could. Like you might, like something unique like that in your life for sure. All right, and then the last message of the siren. The siren calls and the world spins. What we thought we wanted pales in comparison to sweet allure of her song. We find ourselves lost in a spell of desire and longing, perhaps even lust. Whether the thing calling to us is ultimately good or bad is somewhat irrelevant. It's the journey that matters. And the work of the siren is to take us on a deep psychic descent, following her song as we go down, down, down to a place where lessons are learned and courage must be rallied to find our way back to dry land. Try as we might, resisting the call may not even be an option unless the Odysseus we bind. Sorry, Odysseus tipped me off because it just reminded me of a report I did on Odysseus a long time ago. Unless the Odysseus we bind our hands to the mast of our ship, it's likely though that falling for her call is the only way we will come to live more fully on the surface. So yeah, it brings up awakened sensuality and arousal for sure. And it's kind of like we don't know the circumstances you're coming into union. There's a lot of changes happening and it might cause a lot of chaos. People around you might not like it. One or both of you might be in a relationship, or neither of you, or might have just got out of a relationship. Might have people interested in you. Might have overprotective friends or family, or people who don't like that they associate all these big changes in your life happening with this person as well. You may kind of disappear from your friends' lives for a little bit, and they might not like that. They might be wondering what you're doing for work, but that also changed, or where you're living, and that also changed. Like everything is kind of outwardly looking very different to some people. So it's interesting, this connection. It's coming together at a time where both of your lives are changing so much too. So it's like both of you are using each other as like a rock, as like you can count on your desire for each other, and the lure of each other. It brings you into a different life and world and reality, but not in a way that like it messes up your life. It's actually pulling you forward. It's pulling you onto dry land. It's getting you into this next chapter faster, safer, better, and like maybe even like slower. Maybe you want to take your time, but this person is really helping you. Both of you are helping each other kind of organize this chaotic mess that's been left from the breakdown of the old life in order to create this new one. So that's so beautiful. Beautiful pile 8. I hope you enjoyed this reading. I hope it resonated. If it did, I really appreciate your comment. It has been my great honor to do this reading and channel these high frequency messages for the Divine Love Filled Collective. Divine Love and Light Filled Collective. And with that, I hope you have a beautiful rest of the day, and I wish you a beautiful union, magnificent, miraculous, and just magical. And much love and light.